Good evening, everyone. Notice the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing same in the Omaha World Herald, Oppd Outlets newsletter, oppd.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on May 12th, 2023. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and Oppd staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two topics. The first, near-term generation recommendation, and the second, acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure associated with and in proximity to Nebraska City Station. We will conclude this morning's closed session no later than 9:50 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and Oppd staff to join. We will begin public session at approximately 10 o'clock a.m. and receive reports from each committee. Director Moody, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 8:01 a.m. to discuss two topics. The first, near-term generation recommendation, and the second, acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure project associated with and in proximity to the Nebraska City Station. With respect to the near-term generation update, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves sensitive utility infrastructure information, confidential cost information, and potential resource acquisition strategies. The disclosure of which would disadvantage the district in future negotiations with potential contractors. With respect to the acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure project associated with and in proximity to the Nebraska City Station, a closed session is necessary for the protection of the public interest because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine and involve the discussion of security for district property and utility infrastructure information. Do I have a second?
Second.
Director Bogner? Yes. Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Ford?
Yes.
Director Howard? Yeah. Omaha? She is joining via WebEx. Wow. Moody?
Yes.
Director Spurgeon?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes. The motion to go into closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to the discussion regarding two topics: near-term generation recommendation and acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure project associated with and in proximity to the Nebraska City Station. Time is 10 o'clock. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings was publicized by notifying the area news media, by publicizing the same in the Omaha World Herald, Oppd Outlets newsletter, oppd.com, and social media, by displaying such notice on the arcade level of Energy Plaza, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on May 12th, 2023. We need to go back for the resolution, closed session. Yep. A motion and a second is required to reconvene in open session before we get to all that other stuff. Motion, someone?
Motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Director Bogner? Yes. Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Ford?
Yes.
Director Howard? Yes. Director Omaha? Yes. Director Moody?
Yes.
Director Spurgeon?
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes. Motion to come out of closed session at 10:01 a.m. is carried. Closed session was limited to discussions regarding two topics: near-term generation recommendation and acquisition of land rights for energy production infrastructure project associated with and in proximity to the Nebraska City Station. Sometime I will get the last part of this page before the other part, but we did the outreach portion. Thank you all for joining us via WebEx events. As a reminder to board members, executive leadership team, and Oppd staff, please mute your microphone to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Per the board meeting's guidelines for public participation, we do not take public comment during the all committee meeting today. We will take public comment at the board meeting on Thursday, May 18th, which will be conducted in person at the Omaha Douglas Civic Center and will begin at 5 o'clock p.m. The public may attend in person or remotely via WebEx events by going to oppd.com. Joining me today in person are my fellow board members, Amanda Bogner, Mike Kavanaugh, Matt Core, Sarah Howard, Janice Mulha, Craig Moody, and Mary Spurgeon. We also have members of our executive leadership team, our general counsel, Steve Bruckner with the Fraser Stryker Law Firm, and OPPD staff. Additionally, we currently have 39 attendees in the meeting consisting of OPPD employees and members of the public. Today, we will hear the following committee reports: the governance report provided by Director Bogner, the finance committee report provided by Director Spurgeon, the systems management and nuclear oversight report from Director Moody, and the public information committee report from Director Howard. Javier Fernandez will now give the safety briefing.
I'm gonna ask Randy, can you please? Yes, sir. You're in the room.
Good morning, OPPD. Foster the culture of safety, and with that, I'd like to give the physical safety briefing. Located in the hallway just outside the door is an AED. Down the hallway is our fire extinguisher. Should we need to evacuate the building, down the hall behind you to the left is the stairwells for any type of fire or other emergency, not expecting any today. If you're feeling ill, please let somebody know, your neighbor. If you're at home, please make sure someone knows where you are so you can ask for help if necessary. If we have an active shooter event here, we practice run, fight, and hide here at OPPD, and security will be here to help you out. Environmental hazards continue to be the leading causes for trips to the ER, so please pay attention to your surroundings, watch where you're walking. If you're using stairs, please use the handrail and 3 points of contact. With that, it was Mr. President Fernandez for the psychological safety.
Thank you very much. And Randy Bland is doing this today in Clark. Randy is also part of our corporate security team. For those who don't know him, thank you, Randy.
Thanks.
On the psychological safety piece, healthy conflict. I would like to focus on healthy conflict. We don't always agree on solutions. We don't always sometimes even agree on what problems are. But what part of a psychological safety culture that we have at OPP is to make sure that we're always promoting a culture of healthy conflict, acknowledging that conflict will exist in our day-to-day interactions when we have different opinions, different approaches, that we have a culture of healthy conflict. We know how to deal with it. We do not avoid it, but rather we know how to respectfully come to the table and have a conflict discussed, debated, and ultimately resolved as part of our culture of psychological safety. On the next slide, our safety focus for May, I'm gonna merge number 1 and 2, situational awareness and preventing falls. Incredibly important for us to be aware of our environment and how we need to adjust to any changes before we begin jobs, and also as we're trying to do preventing falls. A lesson that I learned many years ago, and this is one of my prior careers, good friend of mine used to tell me, you can do everything you can and prevent and adjust body position, height, straps, all of that you can do up to a certain point. Once you start falling, you have zero control of the outcome. Zero. Gravity will take care of it. And so it doesn't matter whether you're working at 3 feet high or 6 foot high on a ladder, and it doesn't matter whether you've done it 17 times earlier that day. There comes a point in time when you lose control and you can no longer prevent the accident. And when you start falling, you're relying on luck. So it's important for us to have that situational awareness, know when you still have control over your environment, what things can you change in terms of position and proper equipment, so that you can prevent those falls. And if a fall occurs, that you're well protected and mitigate the risk of injuring yourself more than you can. Sounds logical, but it's a good reminder that Mother Nature, gravity is it's really hard to combat. So you need to know when and how to prevent injuries. Number 3, sprains of spring. As the weather warms up, and I've been delivering this message for the past couple of months, we're doing a lot more outdoor work or exercises. Activities increase the opportunity to suffer a sprain, or strain increases as well. So a good reminder for us to have proper warm-up techniques, good ergonomics, as you're starting any workout session. And that concludes my safety brief.
Great, thanks very much. The first committee presentation today is the Governance Committee from Director Bogner.
All right, thank you. We met, the governance committee met on May 11th at 8 a.m. and we covered several topics during that conversation. The first one was CEO performance review process. So our Chief of Staff, Brian Adams, provided us a high-level view of that officer compensation schedule or that review process schedule. Later this month, we will receive a survey to complete. And that will be due in June sometime. And then we will have some conversations in June during our committee meeting. And then we'll conclude all of those discussions during the August pre-committee and all committees meetings. So look forward to receiving that survey. We also talked about the standing committee charter amendments, which are part of the packet this month to review and approve. That next. We also had a near-term generation update that another committee also had. We'll have a view to that later today in today's agenda. We only had a few minutes to talk about facilities update, and Vice President McCormick followed up with an email on those. More to come on that front. So with that, we'll now turn to the standing committee charter amendment. Mr. Posh.
Good morning. As you know, the board has established a document called the bylaws, which really authorizes charters for standing committees of the board, which we're all a part of, at least a couple. And in each of the charters, committee charters that result from those bylaws, there's a clause: the committee shall conduct an annual evaluation of its performance. Committee shall review this charter at least annually and recommend any appropriate changes to the board for approval. Over the past several months, each of the standing committees have reviewed their charters, have redlined what I would refer to as non-substantive changes, but rather housekeeping and components of clarity through redline. I will say the Public Information Committee had one change, and that was really the evolution of its title from public information to customer and public engagement. As a result of that change, there are also a couple of documents, both the bylaws and board policies, that require updates as well. So the resolution that will be asked for the boards to pass, I believe, consent agenda, will include all the red line changes to the committee charters, but also the updates that result of both the policy document and the bylaws. Any questions? Any comments about the name changes? That was the most substantive.
It's a good decision to change the name. To make it more reflective of the work that we're doing. It's both public information and customer engagement, so it's a little more accurate.
Thank you. No more questions. Dr. Bogner.
Right, thank you. With that, the governance chair report is complete.
Great, thank you. Next is the Finance Committee and Director Spurgeon. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Williams. The Finance Committee met on Friday, May 5th. Following a safety briefing by CFO Bishop, we received first quarter financial report from Ms. Langford, the first quarter retirement, first quarter retirement plan report from Mr. Thurber, and the SD3 access to credit markets monitoring report from Mr. Bishop. And we will hear those reports shortly. Item 5 on the agenda reflects a need for clarity about how the $55.4 million released from the nuclear decommissioning trust funding commitment would be redirected in the OPPD budget, and concerns about how directors would be informed in order to carry out their fiduciary duty of fiscal oversight for these funds. So those questions and concerns were answered and I think satisfied. Number 6 dealt with the standing committee charter amendments, which was, as was just reviewed, primarily a housekeeping item to bring our charter, which are our internal rules of this committee, up to date and into congruence with the charters of the other committees. And those items were the meat of the meeting. So now it's my pleasure to turn this over to CFO Bishop for the first quarter financial report.
Good morning. Thank you, Director Spurgeon. I'm excited to present the first quarter results. Just as a reminder, we did have a pre-committee meeting on December 5th. Laura did a very good job of walking through a more detailed report, presenting the dashboard here. Next slide. And so as we think about it again, I'm very happy with the results that we've got. It shows that we think about where we land relative to budget, where we expect to be by the end of the year. We're expecting to hit all of our critical metrics in terms of debt service coverage, 30 days cash on hand. Before we jump into the more detailed results, I thought it was worthwhile to talk about our retail revenue growth. As we think about that year on year, we've added over 6,000 residential or customers to our customer account.
In what period, Jeff, was that?
Compared to this quarter last year, we've got 6,000 additional customers. It's amazing. As we think about that too, and we look at the level of load growth that we've experienced in the different customer classes, industrial's gone up by 8.9%, residential 4.5%, and commercial 2.4%. So pretty amazing to think about the level of load growth. It's been impacting our service territory. As we walk through the results, when we think about where retail revenues did land, we see that they came in about 7.3% or $19.5 million below our budget of $247.6 million. What we're seeing there is the impact of two pieces. One, our industrial revenues came in lower than anticipated. We've got a slower than anticipated ramp on a number of our customers. We expect that to come around. And then relative to our retail sales and the impacts of weather, 2 of the 3 months saw lower than expected heating degree days again. So that's the impact of weather impacting our retail revenues. As we move on to our off-system revenues just below, those came in at $58.7 million, $13.2 million better than budget. From a price volume perspective, we saw higher volumes, but lower energy prices. So overall, an increase as a result of that. Just the general trend that we're seeing relative to budget is that we have received lower power prices as well as natural gas prices. Those have come down since we originally put the budget together. You'll see that trend as I continue to walk through the report. We also experienced higher than expected transmission congestion hedging revenues. As we move over to the right and go through fuel and purchase power, that came in at $117.9 million, just under budget. Again, from a price volume perspective, as we look at purchase power, it was lower by about $4 million, and that was due to lower market prices. Again, the trend that we're seeing, despite the fact that we actually had higher experienced actual purchase volumes. And then relative to our fuel expenditures, those exceeded budget by about $2.2 million. Again, what we saw there was increased expenses, and that was associated with Nebraska City and Jump Street facilities. As we move up from purchase power, we're kind of walking our way around the dashboard. O&M expense came in at $113.7 million, which was just slightly above budget. What we experienced there were higher production costs, partially offset by lower transmission distribution expenses. There's a lot of different categories captured there: production, transmission, distribution, customer, and ENG. As we move down to other income, you'll see a big number right there. Other income came in at $45.1 million, or $20 million above that budget for 2023. What we're experiencing now is the other side of market. Remember last year we kept talking about the downside associated with market and how that's impacting our financial results. We're seeing that here as well. The fair value adjustments, it's about $16 million of the $20 million variance. Again, you look back at how the capital markets performed in the first quarter, we saw a very positive level of activity there. So again, that's what's driving it. We hold those investments to maturity. So ultimately, we don't expect to have that realized, but it's an important piece and the piece we're required to account for and reflect as relates to our financial results. Other expense has another interesting story to it as well. It came in came in at $9.5 million, or about $9.5 million below what we had budgeted. And this will be an item that continues to impact us throughout the year. What's driving that is the fact that we did an updated depreciation study. It was about 8.5 of the $9.5 million budget variance. This is something that's done as industry practice. It's required from an accounting perspective. The last time we did this study was back in 2015, so roughly 7 years ago. We completed the study in the end of 2020. We implemented those rates in 2022. The driver of what's causing this change is, as we look at the updated useful lives for our facility, finance, technology, all those items, we see that they're being extended. And so ultimately that reduces the amount of depreciation expense because you've got a longer life to depreciate the useful life over. As we think about the financial impact for the entire year, traditionally we've had depreciation expense of roughly $140 million. We'll see that drop to just under $100 million, that's $98 million. Again, this is a non-cash item. It's an accounting requirement, depreciation expense, so it doesn't impact our critical metrics, debt service coverage, et cetera. But it is something that does impact our financial statements, which we have to report. Any questions on this before we move on to the next slide? Next. All right, at the operating income level, again, this is operating revenues less our operating expenses, came in at $21.4 million, or 7.5 higher than budget. We look at all the different movements, that's largely associated with the depreciation expense. And again, this is really where we focus at, is the operating income level. It doesn't carry all the different unusual activity that you'll see down at the net income level with mark to market. So as we move on to mark to market, again, we'll take the operating income and then add in other income and other expense, which includes the mark to market value. You'll see that again, that we had a very favorable net income result. It came in at $29 million and $26 million favorable to budget. Again, if we pull out the mark to market and depreciation, you see that we're right on the target, roughly $3 to $4 million. As we move over and look at cash, you'll see that our cash balance was higher than originally budgeted by about $10 million. We closed the year at just under $500 million, or the quarter, excuse me. Again, what we're seeing there is lower capital spend due to some of the delayed spending associated with our power purpose projects. And then we're also getting additional investment income that's coming through and helping to pay for part of the capital. As we move over to our down to our capital spend, talked with the board about this on a routine basis. The level of spend associated with power purpose projects has impacted our capital spend through the first quarter. We came in at $93.6 million, or $55 million lower than anticipated. If we pull out the power the purpose portion, that's $48 million of the $55 million difference. And again, as we think about it, the course of the year, we're expecting to make that up. We'll be at our budgeted levels or slightly above by the end of the year. Again, this is just a timing item. Lastly, as we talk about the strategic directives down in the bottom corner, SD2, we modified the SD2 index and metric from 20% to 10% with the target. We're focusing, that's a lagging indicator. We'll be talking about that in more detail next month when we do the monitoring report update. So I'll hold tight to talk through it there. And then lastly, as it relates to SD3, I'll be again doing the monitoring report here in just a moment. But we did see that our debt service coverage for the 12 months rolling in, it came in at 1.91. We expect again to have that at 2.0 by the end of the year. And then our district's day cash on hand came in at $182 million, slightly lower than we had last quarter, but above where we need to be for our government. So we're feeling very confident in that perspective. Any questions?
On the SD impact, SD3, we do have the report coming up later today. You mentioned that the 12-month rolling dipped lower than 2.0. Is that a common occurrence? Can you just kind of clarify the 1.91 relative to the 2.0 goal? Is that something that happens each year, or is there?
Just depends on where we're at relative to our financial performance. This would be impacted by our retail revenues, but again, we'll expect to have that. We may have the 12-month rolling at the end of the year, have it back at 2 times.
Not unusual.
Not atypical. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and so the SD report that we see later today just has the annual number 2.0 each of the last several years and the projection for 2023. So it is not unexpected that at any point during the year it might fluctuate down or up but that still is in compliance with the SD. Okay, just wanted to make sure because this number is different than what is shown as the annual number in the other slide, but that is understood. Great.
Perfect, great point of clarity.
Thank you.
I would ask later on, but could you remind me what the parameter is for days of cash on hand that's needed to attain the desired credit rating? I know it's a range.
The minimum is 150 for the AA rating.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. We'll talk about that a little bit more. All right, we'll roll into the retirement plan first quarter results. John will be presenting that.
Good morning, everyone. I've had the pleasure of reporting good news for this quarter. The retirement plan actually had a very strong performance, outperforming its index, and we'll get into that in a little bit here. So the retirement plan ended the first quarter of 2023 at about 1.11 billion. It compares to a market value at the beginning of the quarter at the end of 2022 at 1.06 billion. During the quarter, the employee contributions were just about $5 million. OPPD contributed about 15 million. Benefit payments were almost 28 million. And the market value increased net of expenses just over $50 million. As of March 31st, the retirement plan's asset allocation was 53.3% equity, 32% fixed income, and just under 14% alternative investments, which is within our investment policy guidelines approved by the board. If you look at our return, the return was net of fees 4.6% for the quarter. That compared to our index return, we call it policy index, of 4.1%. So a very strong performance net of fees. And basically all of the asset classes had very strong performance, positive performance with the exception of private real estate, which had a negative return, but our investments actually were very strong, even though they were negative in private real estate. Domestic equity, again, a strong performance of 5.7%. Domestic fixed income was 3% return. International equities, 8.8%. So again, a very strong performance. Global fixed income, 2.4%. As I mentioned, private real estate had a negative 1%. So the total return was 4.6%. And if you look on the slide that shows all of our individual investment manager returns, you'll see all of our managers, with the exception of one, outperform their index for the quarter. So again, very strong performance. If you look at the low in the market, which occurred in the third quarter of 2022, our plan has almost $100 million since then. So I'm pleased to report good performance. We'll have Siegel Marco report to us, and obviously the finance committee is invited to come. That'll be on January 2nd to talk more in depth about the performance of the retirement plan assets.
June?
Yeah, I say January.
Yes.
Sorry, June 2nd. Go back in time, back to the future. So I'm available to answer any questions you have on the performance of the retirement plan. Great, thank you.
Thank you.
John, that's your leadership of the retirement plan.
Thank you.
All right, now we're up for the SD3 credit monitoring report, get access to credit markets. I'm excited to present this to the board. Again, this will be an action item that we'll be bringing forward. That will be the board to approve this, that we're in compliance with the ST at the board meeting this coming Thursday. One item I want to highlight as we're talking about this is the quality of credit markets to our business. As we look at the year-end financials, I'm always amazed we have $5.5 billion in gross utility plant. $5.5 billion. Generators, transmission, distribution, poles, wires, substation, technology, facility. Massive amount of capital that we've got deployed. And then to meet our ongoing growth and ability to serve our customers, we're spending on an annual basis at the low end, 100 million. When we're in the middle of our cycles like we are now, up to $600 million a year of CapEx. So it's critical that we have access to credit markets and as we look to keep our rates as low as possible for our customers. And to do that, we need to make sure that we have access to low-cost capital. We've got access to different debt structures. And to do this and to ensure that we do it, we focus on delivering the AA credit rating as required by the board. As we talk about specifically the SD, we've put in place key metrics to deliver that. Debt service coverage, days cash on hand, we'll go through those. And then we also need a process to ensure that we achieve that outcome. And that goes through our annual planning cycle. So with that, let's go to the next slide. Our first measure is the debt service coverage set at 2 times. Again, we set it at 2 times so that we achieve the AA rating. Think about what is debt service coverage at 2 times. What we do is we take our operating revenues plus our operating expenditure. And that's left us with the ability to pay our debt service 2 times. We don't pay it twice. We only pay it once. That extra coverage is utilized for our capital program. And again, what that does is really highlights to our creditors, to our bondholders, our ability to pay, and also the rating agencies. When we look at our results from 2018 through 2022, so the past 5 years, we've achieved this. We've also achieved that for 2023. But again, this 2 times debt service coverage places us in a really strong financial position relative to our ratio. I'm going to go through these. If there's any questions, stop me along the way. As we look at the second measure.
Really quick, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think it's important to go back in time before we began this big capital campaign that we have today with Power with Purpose. We went through many years where that extra 1.0 of debt service coverage was enough for us to pay cash for all of our capital investments. And that's not very common. That's something that Oppd is very, very proud of when we have had the opportunity, when we were replacing, sustaining existing investments, we did not issue debt to finance those new capital investments. So we've gone through those periods of time that has really built the financial strength so that when we have periods of time like the one we're in today, we're deploying a lot more capital, we don't have all the cash to pay for these capital programs. So we use a combination of cash and debt. Sorry if it's too obvious, but I think it's important to go back just a few years ago.
That'll become really clear here as we look at results. Thank you, Javier. So as we talk about it, it's imperative that we have a plan to deliver that. So this ensures that we can get those outcomes, that we can maintain the AA rating, have a process in place to make that happen. It's called the corporate operating plan. And with that, when we put together the plan, we ensure that the fundamentals we plan to allows us to maintain that AA rating through 2 times debt service coverage and the fact that we need to maintain our liquidity targets. Again, the COP is really the roadmap to deliver that. What we have to balance from the criteria, finance accounting way of trying to show a schematic. We've got our operating costs, capital funding rates. We've got customer expectations from a service level perspective. All of those have to come together, and we also have to make sure that we have that financial stability to maintain that AA rating and deliver our metrics. So how do we do that? Again, we have a very robust planning effort that we go under. Brad Sire leads that. She does a great job of it. It involves all members of the ELT, members of management. We also have individual contributors who are very key within that area to different aspects of the corporate operating plan. Again, a massive effort. Starts in February. We did an offsite. We talked about the 4 strategic priorities as an entity that really drive a lot of the work here in the March through July timeframe. Working through capital projects, operating expenditures, a lot of time spent modeling our power costs. How does this all come together as we see increased retail load? How do we deliver that in terms of operating our plants? July through August, we'll meet, we'll walk through as an ELT and better fine tune that. And then ultimately we'll bring that out to present that to Javier. And then ultimately plan to bring that to the board in the October, November timeframe. I will highlight this. We also improved that too. It used to be done on an annual basis. We're doing that 5 years now. So we're ensuring that we're delivering those outcomes on a 5-year trajectory, which is an improvement that was done last year. So hats off to the team. As we look at our next metric, debt ratio, this really speaks to what Javier was talking about when we look back in the 2016 timeframe. Unfortunately, we don't have that here. Our debt level was at 66%. Over the course of time, we knew that we were going to ultimately have additional expenditures coming forward with Power the Purpose. We paid for our ongoing capital through our operating cash. That allowed us to reduce down our outstanding debt. Debt ratio went down to 57% in 2020, and you can see now that we incorporate the Power of the Purpose, our investment in technology, and that's what you're seeing here in terms of the increase. Where we want to be below 70% to maintain our AA rating, and so we're currently in line with that. We'll continue to use that as a benchmark to keep it our AA rating. Any questions on this? This oftentimes has questions around it.
Yeah, you mentioned the target of less than 70% for the credit rating. Looking forward, do we project that we'll continue to remain below that debt ratio on future capital expenditures?
We are. We're looking to maintain that or below 70%.
Thank you.
And remember, this is the portion of your debt to your capitalization. So as we're growing and you incur more debt, what rating agencies are looking at is how is your asset base growing? Right. So this number on itself is not necessarily a bad number, but it really all depends on what you're using your debt for. An opposite example would be if we were using our debt issuance to replace existing assets, maintain existing assets, that would hurt this debt ratio a lot, because you wouldn't necessarily be increasing the denominator, but the numerator would increase significantly. So utilities like OPPD, when we're in the middle of a period of rapid growth, it's not uncommon to see this number go up, but know that we get benefits from both sides of the equation. More debt, but a much larger asset base that ultimately results in generating revenues that helps strengthen your financial strength. So that's how the rationale that the rating agencies look at. What are you using your debt for? Are you going to increase more revenues? Are they going to pay for themselves? Or you're just putting debt into replacing old assets?
But doesn't your capital assets include some depreciation? So some of your capital assets will decrease in value as you have to increase the amount of money it takes to sustain and
That's correct.
maintain those. So
And so when you look at the level of investment that we've got, again, our depreciation rate is just below now, just because of the study, just below 100 million. We're far exceeding that in terms of the amount of investments that we're making into our capital program. So for example, this year we're in excess of $600 million. So we're continuing to exceed that level of depreciation.
is there a metric that we use to monitor how we're maintaining our existing facilities as we're building new ones? I mean, sustainability is important, and making sure that we're adequately funding our maintenance of existing facilities as we're building new ones is kind of important. Is there a metric we could look at for that, or is that something that doesn't really make a big difference?
Yeah, that's a great question. When we put out the COP, we talk about the level of investment that we've got in our ongoing or existing capital. That's the area we want to make sure that we're maintaining that adequately so that we can reliably count on those assets. The other piece I think I'm not sure if we've done an update in the past or not, is the asset management program. We've got more broadly the utility, where we look at all the different areas of the utility, making sure that we've got a long-term vision of how we're maintaining those assets, really taking a detailed look and having a long-term trajectory of how we're caring for our assets over time. That's been underway. I'll need to call on someone, Brad Steyer. Any additional thoughts you have on how long we've had that underway and how that's matured over time?
No, I think you nailed it. Annually, we really look at how much is the estimated depreciation and make sure we're putting at least that much back into those sustainable capital projects. And then the expand, those new assets are kind of added on top of that. And then, yeah, you nailed the other piece about maturing the asset management culture at the district, which has been, ongoing for many years and taken a real strong focus in the last 3 years or so.
And I think it's specifically about Troy's team and distribution and substations and those kinds of things that we're having to now kind of reevaluate how we protect and maintain those facilities and just kind of thinking about how do we measure that or how do we manage that and is that something that the board should take an interest in, or is that something that we just assume that you're doing that, and what kind of a metric could we use to monitor that?
Yeah, so a couple things, again, we make sure that it's at those activities are adequately funded in terms of the corporate operating plan. So from a financial perspective, we're actively engaged to ensure that they're funded appropriately. And then relative to the activities, again, that's the piece that we're detailed with relative to the asset management program. Troy is a co-lead on the asset management program and is deeply involved. We do have all of the organizations that you'd highlighted, different areas of operations, T&D, substations, generation. They come through and they present and update their information based upon what we're seeing relative to useful lives of those assets, and how are we ensuring that we're getting the right level of reliability for the amount of investment, and we've got a long-term plan to maintain those facilities. I don't, but there's other pieces you want to add on.
No, I think you covered it really well. And if you're wanting to know if the outcome's good, SD4 helps us with that, right? We have metrics that says, is the system performing? As far as the teams are concerned, they have very detailed looks at conductor and transformers and all this kind of stuff. A lot of that's fed through the asset management program that we've talked about that we've really enhanced in the last few years. In addition to that, we have individuals who are part of industry groups that are focused on asset management and sharing learnings. And so we have a lot of good feedback that comes into that space. And I'd say the level of rigor that we've had has really stepped up in the last 3 to 4 years because of that focus.
Thank you.
Just as a matter of, how do we add that accountability? And I pulled up in October, for example, of last year, when we presented the COP, corporate operating plan, to the board, we sliced our capital portfolio between expand and sustain, right? And so we're demonstrating to the board, in this case, in this presentation, our plans for 2023 was to have a sustained portion of our capital plan was $184 million, which is far above what we're depreciating. So that gives, perhaps what we could do is this coming October, emphasize that piece and tie it back to depreciation to demonstrate we are investing in our existing assets.
Yeah. In the asset management program we have, I believe you started that here, if I'm not mistaken.
That was one of my biggest projects when I began here at Oppd.
So again, making sure that we've got the rigor, the discipline. We're not just watching things happen in front of us, but we've got a long range plan on how we're handling those requirements. We move on to the next metric, days liquidity. And again, what we're showing here is that we continue to have very adequate days cash on hand. Again, this is in not in dollars, but days cash on hand. So specifically based upon our daily operating expenditures, this is the number of days that we could pay for with no revenues coming through. So effectively what you see here is that we go almost 10 months with the cash on hand. A couple items to note as we look at what composes that are cash and investments. The area in orange for folks that they might not have. That's color differentiation. That's the bottom half. And really what that's focused on, we talked about what the minimum is to maintain a AA rating. That's 150 days. And then the upper section really incorporates the lines of credit liquidity that we've got access to. We're able to draw upon if needed. And we do that from time to time. Those represent very low cost ways to increase and get additional capital And so again, that's been something that Jonathan Thurber and his team have done a great job in facilitating to make sure that we've got access to that. And it's interesting as we think about the opportunity recently, we've been very fortunate with that, where as opposed to utilizing our own cash to make collateral payments, we've been able to utilize our lines of credit. So our opportunity cost with that cash is able to go with that on investments from the treasury perspective with 5% versus the cost that we pay for a line of credit, which is very, very low. So great work in terms of optimizing capital markets and being able to utilize the tools that are in front of us. You go to the last slide here, we've got our credit ratings, so both very strong. So moving to a AA2, we've maintained that since 2018 through 2022. Standard & Poor's were at a AA rating. Very hard to maintain these. We are actively engaged. Rating agencies will be, before we do our debt offering, we'll be back in New York meeting with them, talking through what we're doing relative to the utility and where we're going. That'll be a key conversation. And we're actively out in the marketplace. John was just at the JP Morgan conference presenting to different investors, making sure that they're aware of what we're doing, that they know the name out in the marketplace, and really driving that business for us. So it's very competitive when we take our debt out to the market. So a great job by John and his team in doing that. We move on. Again, we'll have the recommendation here to move forward and hopefully recommend that we're in compliance with SD3. And we'd be looking to have that on Thursday if with that, I'll open up to questions.
Okay, sounds good. Any other things to add? I just want to go back to that little diagram, the triangle of financial stability and everything else resting on top of that. And just struck me, it's within the financial services themselves, there's a balancing that goes on with how the monies are managed. And there's balancing in the electric networks as they go in and come out and are generated. And so it's all a big balancing thing. And I especially appreciate the Director Malhoff calling out the asset management piece, because I think that is so important. That reflects kind of Nebraska values of good stewardship and sustainability, and use it up, wear it out, and then, then get something new. But that's, and that I think very much contributes to the very solid financial footing that we find ourselves in. So thank you to you, Mr. Bishop, and to Mr. Thurber, and all of your teams who do all the work behind the scenes. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Director Spurs.
Chair Williams.
Great. Next committee is the Systems Management.
Sorry, any process wise, anything we need to reflect on? I just didn't want to leave. I don't know if there's anything more before I take the stage. Sorry.
So we're recommending.
We recommend that you find, yes.
Well, my only comment with this slide up is this is an SD that often kind of slides under the radar. We don't talk about it a lot, but it's one of the more critical ones that really defines a lot of what we do. So I just want to honor and acknowledge the good work that happens behind the scenes to make sure that we maintain that fiscal stability that shows up in this SD. So I don't have any gaps. I don't have any challenges. I don't have any suggested changes. Just wanted to honor that.
Anyone else? Thank you. Good catch on that.
Cheers.
So now the next committee is
Let's go.
and back to Director Moody.
Okay, System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee convened on May 3rd. If we go to the next slide, you'll see the agenda in front of you. The bulk of our discussion, as you can see there, was 50 minutes spent talking about the Casta-Gretna transmission project. So a quick update for all of you here. The committee received an update on the district's plans to build a new transmission line to connect our Cass County balancing station to our new Turtle Creek balancing station in Sarpent County. The need for this transmission line was identified several years ago by both OPPD and SPP, the Southwest Power Pool. It's essential to ensure the electric system is more reliable and resilient, withstanding larger peak demands while accommodating for current and future growth in OPPD service territory, and it is not contingent in any way on any potential projects in the area. So a couple details about it. The line length in total is 29 miles, as I said, between Cass County Station and an existing substation at 180th and Giles. A section of the line is already included in Power with Purpose, which is 6 miles. So this work is really to fill in that gap, that additional 23 miles. The total project costs are estimated to be about $69 million. But the good news is that the project is socialized through the SPP, which means that 95% of the cost will be recouped. I'll repeat that, 95% of the cost will be recouped. So one of the many benefits of being a member of the SPP. Routing, siting, public information process is underway with the public involvement and outreach occurring later this month through September. So it's going to go through the summer with a final route announcement anticipated to take place sometime in December of this year. Notably for us as a board, there will be board action towards the end of 2023 for condemnation approval. We've discussed and as it relates to other projects, but bringing that home for this project, that coincides with the final route announcement. Similar to many previous transmission projects, this is how we've done it before, and is consistent with what the team needs in order to proceed with the project successfully. So the target in-service date is December of 2026. So big project, lots of planning. As we've said, 6 miles is already sort of moving forward associated with Power with Purpose. So this is closing that gap, 23 miles. I'll pause and just see if anybody has any questions. Troy, if I missed anything critical or important, please hop in.
You did a great job.
Thank you, Troy. Colleagues, any questions? Okay, beyond that, the near-term generation update, we'll see everything else. So let's move on to our Nuclear Oversight Committee quarterly report.
Good morning, I'm Tim Ewing, the Senior Director of Decommissioning at Fort Calhoun Station. We have 3 different things we're going to talk about today. The first one, we have some pictures to go with it, so I'm going to skip that one for now. And we'll go into the second bullet, which talks about backfill of the turbine building basement. Big milestone for us. It's a short bullet, but it wasn't short on work. Just so you have some sort of feel for how large of a void that was. It's about 17,000 cubic feet of dirt, which takes roughly 1,200 dump trucks of dirt to fill that back in. So big thing for us to achieve, getting that full, no longer have to worry about flooding or anything like that with that space. And it ties to the next bullet, which talks about the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, which was on site a few weeks ago doing one of their regularly scheduled inspections. When they're on site, they look at our paperwork, they attend our meetings, but most importantly, they go out and they look at the work that's going on. And one of the projects that they watched was the backfill of that structure for that week, as well as the reactor vessel work, which we're going to talk about next. So we go to the next slide. So these are kind of far away, but that's because the work is kind of far away. So I'll walk you through what these pictures are. We're going to start on the left. The gray circle that has the yellow material on top of it, that's the cover that's on top of the reactor vessel. So immediately below that is the reactor vessel. The squares that go around the outside are the loop access covers. So one of the first things we needed to do to get ready for segmentation of the reactor vessel itself is get access to the loops that connect to the vessel. We get access through those covers and then some additional cuts that we had to make. And the yellow box sitting on top of the vessel cover is a plasma cutter. So that's how we got into those, which allowed access for the abrasive wire saw, which is just how the name sounds. It's a cable impregnated with abrasive material that's used to cut both concrete and steel. The blue portion is the arm, if you will, where you set that up, and the red portion is the power. So it's very flexible in what it can do. And over here on this one, you can kind of see these individuals with the pole. You can adjust those poles, which adjust where the pulleys are, so you can adjust the cable. So it's very flexible and it can get to places that a normal saw couldn't. But we did have some challenges, and there was certainly a learning curve with that piece of equipment to get it set up right at the right angles, to get to below where you can see here. Once we got that figured out though, the machine works really well. Individuals are very adept at running it now. If we go to the next slide, what we were doing was taking out those segments that looks like the picture on the left. There were 6 of those in total that went around the vessel. And that allowed access to the reactor vessel nozzle to loop interface. So that's the second picture there. The reactor vessel is towards the top of the picture. The pipe coming out of it goes down at the bottom of the picture. So we have to make a cut at each one of those, and there's 6 of those to make, so that eventually we can lift the reactor vessel up. So in this case, you're basically now running that cable around that pipe and severing that pipe in two. The picture on the far left there, my left, your right, is the other end of the pipe that we previously cut and put a cap on the end of. You can see it's blocked up with some wood so that when you're making the cut, it doesn't fall down and pinch that cable. For a little perspective, those loops are between 24 and 32 inches in diameter, so they're pretty substantial. And as of today, we have 4 of 6 done, and we expect the other 2 to be done this week. So that's what we've done to allow the next part to happen. So if we go to the next slide, we have some graphics. As soon as those loops are cut, then we work on trying to get the reactor out of its installed location. Picture on the left, or the graphic on the left, the red part is the lifting system, which we call a strand jack. That's currently sitting out in the parking lot. It's been delivered, it's put together as to what we can. That will get moved into containment and installed and hooked up to the vessel itself. That will be over the next several weeks. Once it's hooked up, then we move to the next picture. We start to lift up the vessel. And the orange in that picture is trying to display the insulation that's attached to the outside of the vessel. That will be removed remotely by that little tiny machine sitting between the 2 yellow boxes. And we just keep lifting the vessel up as you get the insulation removed. Once the vessel is all the way out, all the insulation is removed, then we build a structure around the vessel that will hold the cutting system. So it's a flame cutting system that will be installed that's operated remotely. The picture to the left illustrates what that will look like. You basically just start segmenting that vessel vertically and horizontally and taking out a piece at a time, working your way down the vessel. And when I come back in August, may not be to that part yet, but the first 3 I should have actual pictures of what it looked like instead of just the graphics. So this remains our critical path work. This project will last most of this year. From an overall project standpoint, we remain on track for completion, substantial completion in the first quarter of 2026. We did have about a 10-day delay with that cutting, with that learning curve I talked about, but we also remain on budget. That's the end of my report. Any questions?
Keep being very safe.
Keep being very safe indeed. We having a very successful industrial safety year as well as a nuclear radiological safety year.
Can you talk, Tim, quickly about radiological testing or numbers? Because all of this work is done in a contained area where we have to pay a lot of attention to radiation. Can you talk a little bit about that?
I can, and it's really from 2 different angles. One is from the standpoint of people. So every individual that's in doing this work is monitored for the radiation dose they receive. At a minimum, they have 2 different dosimeters. One you can read right away, one we send off to read. And depending on the type of work, you may have more dosimeters on. So we're making sure that we understand what dose the individuals are receiving. There is a federal limit on the amount of radiation dose an individual can receive. We have a site limit that we set at half of that, and we haven't had anybody challenged on that, and most people are significantly lower. Now, certainly, if you're down working on this piece of equipment, we're going to get a higher dose rate than somebody like myself who's not next to it all day long. But the other piece is from an environmental part. Talked about filling the turbine building basement. As we're doing all this work, we're constantly doing surveys around site to make sure that we're protecting the environment. Before we can release the site in the end in 2026 is our intent. The entire site will have been surveyed with a graded approach. The farther away you are from the vessel, the less fewer surveys you'll do. The closer in, then certainly the more work that you'll do. But all of that is set up by our license termination plan, which is still undergoing review by the NRC. And then they will also bring out individuals to do either surveys concurrently with us or separately from us to ensure that we're leaving that site in a safe condition for whatever its future use might be.
Tim, this is great. That the technology you use for the remote work that you're doing, the robotics, I'm assuming, is that new technology or is that something that's been tested and used in multiple sites elsewhere?
It's most of the technology we're using has been used in other applications. We're open to innovation and maybe using a proven piece of equipment in a new way. But there's some comfort in knowing that the equipment will work as it's designed to work.
It seems really futuristic, kind of this robotic stuff, but I'm sure it's not as futuristic as I think it is.
Well, and that's the advantage of using the contractors and subcontractors that we have that have done some of this work before. They've been able to see what works and what doesn't work. And we still share information with other decommissioning plants in the industry, so we can learn from them as well.
Thank you.
Good. Oh, I'm sorry, Craig.
Go ahead.
We've got graphics and photos. Can you give us a rough reminder of the size of the reactor vessel itself, diameter and height? Because the graphic is good, but I mean, are we talking 1, 5, 10, 100 feet wide?
Well, I'm gonna feel bad when I don't get this right, so I'll get the right information back, but I believe it's 13 to 15 foot in diameter, roughly 40 foot tall.
That's a good approximation. Thank you.
And I was gonna ask once we pull it out of there, where does it go next?
This material will be cut up into pieces and sent to the disposal facility in Utah.
Got it. Okay, colleagues, any follow-up questions? Okay, great work. Super interesting to see. Thank you to you and the team for all the work. Hi, Mr. Vi.
Obviously, super complex work. Team continues to perform exceptionally well. Any question I throw at Tim, he already has an answer. So that's how you know things are going pretty well in that space. I have a few items here. We heard Jeff talk about financial asset investment. This is physical asset investment items that are after your approval. We have 3 for your consideration. All 3 are related to the preheater sections of 3 different coal units that we have. The first 2 items are contracts for material. The last one is for labor. It's nice when they all kind of come together. It's a similar conversations. It's easier to explain what we're doing here. But I think we have a picture if you want to pull up the pictures so they can see what the baskets look like. So preheater baskets recover the heat from the flue gas, increase thermal efficiency of the unit. The ducting around that is also used for emissions control. The combination of these things are very important to keep the generator online and producing electrons. You can see on the right what happens when they start to degrade. There's these metal slices that can fall in the ductwork, cause additional damage, and that's how we know by inspecting them when it's time for them to replace. For this particular Unit 5 item that we have here today, there's about 384 baskets that we're looking to replace. That's all of them. They're 13 years of age, and so we usually see somewhere for at least North Omaha 5, somewhere between 8 and 12 years is pretty normal duration for these assets. Life of these can change depending on the unit and the way the units are configured. But for this asset, we have looked, they're at the end of their end of their span at 13 years. And just to give you an idea, some of the things that really kind of wear on these over time is there's a cleaning process that's done online where it's high pressure steam. I'm looking at Scott to make sure I said that correctly. They call it soot blowing, and so it can erode some of the metal over time, but it's needed to knock any ash off and to clean these baskets, unless they cannot do the job. And this particular contract here, we're looking at baskets and seal replacements. We've done the inspections to know the extent of condition for those. The work will be completed as planned in spring of 2024. And installation labor will be a separate contract. It'll come later. We usually do that closer to the time of the actual need. This is the longer lead time here with the actual materials for this particular item. We received 1 bid. That didn't necessarily surprise us because it was the original manufacturer who produces this type of equipment. We were fortunate that the bids, the offers were very close to the engineer's estimate of what we'd expect for this. We've actually used Arvos several times. All the equipment they're replacing is provided by Arvos. So they're out in New York. We're very familiar with them. They provide a pretty good product. And so what we're seeking is authorization for the board to approve this contract for Arvos for the amount of a little over $1 million. And with that, I'll open it up to questions.
This is my usual question. This is a piece of equipment that will be utilized even after we transition to this.
That is correct. And there'll be times in the future we'll have to replace them even after we transition to gas, depending on the life.
I think there were two bids. One was the ultimate bid, included a design improvement. I think that's the one that we're accepting.
That's exactly right. So the improvement is more resistant to that cleaning process that I talked about. So should provide a little more life and structure to it from that standpoint. Very little cost difference, but we should see an improvement. Technology gets better over time as do most things.
So that even though it's an old facility, they continue to work with, make it more efficient,
Absolutely.
cost effective.
They're a very large supplier in the industry.
We've got 3 items, North Omaha 5, Nebraska City 1, then North Omaha 4. First 2 are materials, the last one is labor. Can you remind us for which of those, have we done any of these items for any of the other, have we done any of the other approvals for any of the other items? I mean, the materials and labor, which is first, where are we on?
I
those
was
6?
just gonna get there.
Okay.
The materials is first. So unit 4, which we'll talk about in a little bit. The board has already approved materials for it. That's a labor contract.
So materials is first. We anticipate a labor contract for North Omaha 5 and Nebraska City 1 to follow
Correct.
these 2 items.
And the labor is needed because whenever we work on these assets, there's a short window of time. There's a ton of work to do. So we look and see, how full are our folks? They prescribe, we bring in outside to make sure that we keep this window as tight as we can. And as the RTO, as SPP has changed its windows too for periods that you're allowed to do that kind of work, we've had to try to keep it even tighter. Used to be we could do a little bit more maintenance during the winter time. Now, not so much. So we're really focused on the spring and the fall.
Okay, so this one is materials only. The dollar amount is pretty much right on the engineer's estimate, in fact, a little bit under, so squared away. Any final questions? All right, let's keep going.
All right, Nebraska City 1. Same exact thing. We need to replace the baskets. There are about 1,200 baskets in this one for reference because it is a much larger.
Director Cora and I had the opportunity to actually tour, and we were right there touching the baskets, and the size is just mind-boggling.
Pretty large facility. It's easy to get lost inside that facility if you don't know where you're going. So I may have found myself needing directions on occasion.
Okay, so same thing, materials only. This one is pretty darn close to the engineer's estimate, slightly over, but we're squared away. Again, follow-up questions, anybody?
All right.
All right,
Moved on to 4. As stated back in December, you approved the materials contract. We need the outside help to be able to execute this work as well as the other things that are needed during the planned fall 2023 outage. In this particular case, 3 bids were received and all bids were determined to be legally and technically responsive, which is fantastic these days. We don't always see that happen with all of the bidders. Total Western has completed multiple projects for us before. We know them very well. And they had the best bid, well underneath the engineer's estimate. So pretty impressed with their bid in this particular case. And we're asking the board to allow us to be able to execute this contract until it makes. Any questions?
Looks like none.
All right, very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy.
Before we conclude systems, I did get confirmation from Mr. Euling on the dimensions.
Not surprising.
Well, he used to remember them, so he wanted to make sure that I can. It's
Close?
14 feet in diameter and 32 feet tall. Very close to what he says.
Is it 14 by 40?
Yeah.
So 14 by 32.
Engineers love to be in the back.
Yeah.
We want to Tim. Great. So we're going to make a slight adjustment to the agenda here. It's a little bit unusual. We've completed most of the systems committee items. There is one remaining systems committee item, the near-term generation recommendation that is anticipated to be a lengthy discussion. At this time, we're going to ask the Public Information Committee, as it is still named for now, to move in front of the near-term generation recommendation item and cover both of the two items that are listed on the Public Information Committee, and then we'll come back to the near-term generation after lunch. It's on the same page here, so I guess we'll pass it to Director Howard for the Public Information Committee at this time. Thank you.
Great. The Public Information Committee met on May 9th. And we had a legislative and regulatory update and a near-term generation update. Because we're going to discuss near-term generation after lunch, we'll just be touching on the legislative and regulatory update, and I will pass it over to Lisa and Tim.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much. Day 78 of a 90-day session. So on the home stretch. So we're gonna give you guys an update, and Tim, I'll pass it over to you.
Great. Thanks, everyone. Good morning and happy Tuesday to you. It's a pleasure to provide our legislative update this month. Some of the teams online, Seth Boyles is online as well. I want to thank him for his dedication. He's been working probably 10 to 12 hours every day for the last 3 or 4 months. So I want to thank him, David Dover, Kelly Fleming, Steve Bruckner, and so many of our subject matter experts through this venture. It has been one of the most challenging sessions we've had. You can see we're getting towards the end. But there's a lot of work left to do. And so that's what we'll talk about, a little bit of where we've been, where we're at, where we're going. So again, as Lisa mentioned, we're at day 78. That's important. There'll be some budget items that I'll talk about in a second. And then on day 80 is the day that legislative studies or interim resolutions are provided. And so senators or committees that have an interest in a particular topic will file those by that date. That gives us some idea of what we will be doing in the interim or what topics or interests are on senators' minds. So I'll speak to a little bit of those. There'll be a lot coming after day 80. So far in my time doing this work, I haven't seen this many bills put together by committees. So there's big, bulky bills with lots of topics moving forward. That's difficult, not typical. Makes it challenging to take positions and manage a bill moving through that particular process. So it's very different. So to give you a few numbers, 5 bills have passed so far. If my numbers are correct. There's 24 on final reading. So there's quite a few stacking up. There's 820 bills or so this session. And I'll speak to that in just a little bit. We've been watching 150 of them just out of the gate to kind of give you some sense there. Many of the bills also remain in committee. So this is a 2-year journey. You'll hear me talk about that on the next slide of what work might take place. So if you want to go to the next slide, explain. Here's 3 of our bills that we led, the construct, the leadership, the introduction, and then had great senators help drive them forward. We've been having good success. Some of these we view as a 2-year journey. The first is LB 61. So this is the bill we've talked about for 3 years, actually, that changes our dark fiber statutes that would allow power entities to lease our assets for broadband utilization. This was prioritized by Senator Brandt, and was placed on general file on March 22nd. It's sitting there. We're hoping that it might move not sure, but we're also preparing what it might look like next year. And that's maybe a likely scenario. The next one is LB 267, again, another one that we've been working on for 3 years now. This one is having great success. So it's moved forward and was part of a committee package that's LB 191, and it's placed on final reading May 2nd. So just not all that long ago. So we're hopeful that that will move yet this session. The last one, since my last report on weatherization, we were hoping to seek some funds through the budget process for the weatherization program. We were unsuccessful in that regard, but we're continuing to work on that next year for other opportunities potentially for that program, because it's an important one for our customer owners. To give you a little sense of where we're at this week, there's 3 bills right now that relate to the budget. So LB 813, 814, and 818. There's a lot of things. So in that, it's over $5 billion, I think 5.5 billion specifically. So that will be debated yet this week. There's a lot of things that we may be interested in, or customers might be interested in that potential process. There's been some movement of funds from different programs, but there's things from a lot in the economic development front. There's things on rural workforce housing. There's lots of new programs, which is exciting. There's also some change to some of the funds on how some of the recovery funds are utilized that I think will make them more beneficial for redevelopments in north and south. And so there's a lot in that package that we're keenly watching. And so that'll take place this week and shall be completed. Don't have clarity yet on how the Speaker of the Legislature is going to stack other bills and topics after the budget moves forward. So what might happen, this has happened in past years, priority bills may carry over to next year. It's been done a few times, not sure how that'll work. So
Priority bills will carry, all bills will carry over, but it's unclear whether or not they'll honor the priority from
the status, yes, correct. Thank you. Thank you, Director Howe, for the clarification. So we're watching that. One of the bills that is the package bill by the Natural Resources. It's LB 565. It includes a variety of topics, things such as the hydrogen hub. It includes a definition of reliability, includes a clarification for AMI deployment, I believe, for our co-op power entities. Includes some things for game and parks. So it is the package bill that may move yet this year. We've remained neutral on that package based on how it's developed over time. So that one we're watching that may move. Can we go to the next slide?
So you mentioned the priority status on bills being carried forward. Does that mean that there would be an additional opportunity for additional priority next year, or there would just not be new prioritization in the next half of the session? The prioritization would already have been set from the bills in this session?
So,
I might have Director.
yeah, I'll do it. So every session, so 90 days or 60 days, every member gets the opportunity to put a priority on a bill. It used to be that the priority wouldn't carry over. So it used to be like you put your priority on in the long session, you're going to have to put it back on and use your personal priority as a permanent previously. But then a couple of years ago under Speaker Spear, he started honoring a previous priority in the short session as well, which meant that at the beginning of the short session, they would start on priorities that were left over from the long. So potentially if the natural resources bill doesn't move this cycle, it could be first up with an honored priority from the previous session. And then Bostelman, because did they put a committee priority or a Bostelman priority on it? Committee priority. So then the committee would once again have the opportunity to prioritize 2 additional bills, and their previous priority would be honored. So it actually is really messy for their purposes right now, because there are a lot of priorities. So if you honor one, you're going to have to honor all of them. There are a lot of priorities that haven't moved, haven't even been time on general file this year. And so it could make for a very messy beginning of the short session. And what Tim was talking about with these bills that have 28, 25 additional bills inside of them, they're going to have so much cleanup because it's being sort of messily done, right? These big omnibus bills get messy because the language isn't right. And so in addition to honoring priorities, into the short session, they're also going to have additional cleanups that they'll have to do. So it's going to be a very difficult year next year.
Does it reset after the short session, the priority situation, or do they?
So everything reset, everything dies at the end of the short. So
Got it.
we get the carryover over the interim, which is why everything that's pending now is something that we sort of want to be aware of, want to be keeping an eye on over the interim.
Got it.
Did that answer your question? correctly?
Yes, and so anything that has a priority status next session has to have floor discussion, is that correct?
So, no, because the speaker sets the agenda and so sort of at his discretion. Priorities used to mean that this is my priority. We're definitely going to try to make sure that it has time on the floor. Because of extended debate this year, priorities haven't had that deference, I would say. And so there is no guarantee anymore. However, your odds are better on committee priorities because they're presumed a little bit less controversial than a personal priority per se. And so I could see the speaker prioritizing committee priorities ahead of, and he's done so, right? His speaker priorities have gone, his committee priorities have gone. And so it's been personal priorities that have really sort of been the lowest in terms of his priorities. It's a lot of use of the word priorities,
Additional priority.
additional extra. Mhm.
All right, thank you.
Great discussion, Director Howard. I want to thank you for your help there. There's so many nuances, and you went to exactly where I wanted to go, what's happening next. And so based on the discussion we had, I think it's clear there'll be a lot of work over the interim on these bills, as they will all, even bills that weren't prioritized, they're still in committee. So we've been working a lot with the committees on topics or amendments that they're still working on to get to some alignment, to even move bills out of committee to prepare for the 2024 session. So there's a lot of work there, or certainly these big package bills that were prioritized that may not move forward this session, they'll absolutely be discussed throughout the interim and then into next year. So quite a lot of work ahead. As I mentioned, the legislative resolutions. So the next few days we'll learn about what those topics are. There's several that we're starting to track. I'll just give you a flavor of a few of them. There's a couple relating to committees and what their jurisdiction and oversight is. So there's one that the Natural Resources, Senator Bosselman has introduced to look at the jurisdiction of the Natural Resources Committee. And I think there's a couple other similar ones to that nature. So that's broad about what that looks like. Yes, Director.
Was there anything specified in that resolution about what within the natural resources the study would look toward?
It's very broad. I just read it again this morning. It's just look at the jurisdiction and oversight of the Natural Resources.
I think it's a placeholder.
Okay.
Committees will put in like broad ones so that if you need to have a hearing on something urgent that happens over the interim, you can use that interim for that.
And there's a great comment and related to the legislative resolutions. Doesn't mean that there's activity. So some senators may choose to do nothing if they're introduced. That happens maybe half the time, maybe more. And sometimes there's actual formal hearings or studies conducted by staff. A bunch of different ways that occurs. We'll continue to watch and engage those. So there's that one. There's one that's interesting that's fairly broad as well, just related to manufacturing in Nebraska. So what does that look like potentially for our supply chain? Or just development in Nebraska was another interesting one. There's another that we've had every year regarding our pension fund. And so that's been introduced as well. So those are just a few that we've been watching and wanted to share with the board today. So also looking forward, as bills are introduced, we work with change management to implement them into the district if they impact us. So that's another big thing that we're working on. We'll do a detailed session summary in June. So you'll see and hear about where we're at, where we're going. And then lastly, we are very busy meeting senators. So Seth Boyles travels the whole state in the interim and tries to meet every senator at their district. So I want to thank him in advance for that. We do a lot of education with senators, tours of our facilities or construction sites and those types of things, and work very, very closely with the Nebraska Power Association on those efforts. So that concludes what we have prepared for the state legislative update.
Any other questions for Tim or Lisa? Okay, perfect. The PI committee is complete.
Oh, sorry.
You have additional questions?
Yeah, I thought we were moving on to some local and.
I agree.
Oh,
questions
yeah.
there.
Oh, I
Yeah,
apologize.
sorry.
Yeah, do more.
You look, kind of backdrop placeholders and a bunch more slides on the legislative front. On the local slide, just wanted to give some backdrop of where the team has been. And so Lisa and I were reflecting about this not all that long ago as we've really built this local legislative and government affairs team to be present in all of our communities. So here's just a list of some of the places that they've been. One of the more notable things that I would share since our last update is Cass County did approve their regulations for solar development. That's been a 2+ year process. So that they came out reasonably favorable for private or for developer managed solar development. So wanted to highlight that on the local front. But lots of stops the last 30 days by our team. That'll continue certainly with the topic after lunch, as well as Lisa and her team will speak more of that. That's what we have on the local front. And then just one slide on federal. We're watching a lot of things here. Javier and Seth will be in DC in a few weeks for LPPC
Next week.
We are watching closely the debt ceiling work. It's hard to figure out where things are going. I was reading before I came in here. There's definitely ideas that may impact our operations changing related to the IRA or the Inflation Reduction Act potentially. That's something we've been watching really closely. The Farm Bill is another thing that we've been watching very closely to see what items may help our customers or ourselves within that particular package. Let's see, those are kind of the highlights so far on the front, and Javier and Seth will learn quite a bit more this week.
Maybe not in the legislative arena, but there's a lot of discussion with the Department of Energy on transformer shortages and the National Defense Production Act and how the whole industry, we're trying to get the Department of Energy to help move forward and help us with manufacturing of transformers. That has not moved, and it's just frustrating from all IOUs, co-ops, public power. And so that's another big focus for us. It's not legislative necessarily, but that's Washington, DC. All our eyes are on transformers. On the bright side here for OPPD, the situation with transformers hasn't deteriorated as bad as it has in other places of the country. So we're sitting a little bit better than other places in the country, but it's still something that our teams are paying a lot of attention. Troy's teams on the transformers from the smallest distribution level transformers all the way to the big transmission level.
It's a challenge.
It is.
So we're having to do business differently than we used to. Having to fix things that we don't want to replace. There's a lot of activities behind the scenes. The planning duration that you have is also much longer. Where you used to be able to get a transformer in a certain period of time. Now it's taking 2, 3, 4 times as long to get those transformers. So definitely something very near and dear to our heart right now.
That storm that just took out a bunch of poles in Dodge County, did that take out transformers too? I mean, that's kind of what I assumed, but yeah, thank you for getting that resolved quickly. Appreciate that.
Just to connect two subjects, interesting, Mr. Bishop had shared 6,000 more residential customers this year than last. And now we're talking about the difficulty getting transformers. And I just think that's a vivid look at what it's like to operate in.
I'm going to tell you that our supply chain team has just done a fantastic job. Like they got ahead of a lot of this. They've been working with multiple providers in the industry. Like they've just done a fantastic job.
Yeah, I've got a couple questions here. So regarding federal legislation, do we have any update on funding for things like weatherization? Can you remind us, what was the dollar amount from the Nebraska legislative bill for weatherization?
We were seeking $2 million over the biennium.
Great. And then At the federal level, several pieces of legislation authorized lots of different types of funding to states, utilities, and people directly. Do we have any updates on where things are there? There's been some guidance released in different areas, but because the bill on the weatherization funding locally did not move forward, there is other opportunity for engagement on weatherization and similar types of funding available to the utility or our customer owners. Any comments about where we're at on that?
Yep, Director Williams, I may need a little bit of a follow-up, but I'll give you just a brief tidbit. The USDA funds have set guidelines. I was reading that in a few articles just recently. So there are some loan funds out on that respect. I'm trying to think how many come to the state, but it's quite a bit. So things are starting to move on that front. I can tell you on the grants side of things, Jeff's team and Lisa's team, Tim McAreevy's team kind of created this massive cross-functional group to think about how we communicate with our customers, how we best utilize opportunities for OPPD, and then continue to lobby for projects. And so you kind of have this big team that meets once a month, gives updates to our vice presidents. We've been heavily focused on that. We even have a national firm helping us in this regard. Opportunities, I think, one of the best in the business. And so we've really ramped up that aspect. There aren't significant things breaking loose. There are some things that we're starting to educate customers on. Tim and others will probably have more details for you on that, but we're kind of at this stage. So I would expect through summer, lots of things will start to kick out moving into the fall. But I'm really pleased with the work the teams have come together. It's kind of fun.
It's been all hands on deck.
Great. Yeah, I appreciate that. And I guess just as clarification there, my understanding is there's tens of millions of dollars of federal funding available to the state of Nebraska more broadly. And as a percentage of the state population, OPPD territory is relatively high. So if you assume something like a even breakdown by population across the state, that would say something like tens of millions of dollars available within OPPD's service territory. So I guess that's why I ask, related to the weatherization funding we were seeking locally, there is a huge opportunity for funds that have already been authorized to arrive to our service territory. And I appreciate the work that we're doing to make sure that we are out there engaging in ways that the utility must and in ways that we can help our customers because the opportunity is huge.
As well, so.
Yeah, and engaging with state agencies, right, with the NDE and the Department of Economic Development, because most of the times they're the ones who receive those grants, and how do we help expedite the deployment of.
Well, thank you for that clarification. And then I do have one more. I feel like I can't not ask, do you have anything to say about the potential regulation that's being considered out of EPA?
That one was a little out of my space, but they're certainly challenging. I don't know, Javier or.
That's like doing a review internally, right?
Yeah.
We'll be putting together this on that.
Okay, and do we expect engagement at the federal level, either directly as OPPD or as a part of some of the agencies where we usually participate?
Yes.
So I can tell you the engagement that I am anticipating is going to be very similar to the one that we always do with APPA, with LPPC, with our industry trade associations. That's how we will engage and find ways to work better. Well, I'm in DC. We will discuss the recent ruling from the EPA. There is a specific group within the American Public Power Association that I belong to on CEOs for climate change and changing generation that is focused on that. So there's a lot of work there, and we'll continue to engage. It's not an efficient use of our resources to go at it alone. We're going at it as an industry and trying to get better understanding.
That's served us well.
Right.
In the past.
I think that's a good question, and hopefully we can add it to the PI agenda so that we can get some eyes on what we're doing and then relay that to the board as a whole.
Can I thread on that? Is that the same approach that we're taking with respect to HR 2811? I mean, we've talked about the benefits that our customer owners will have as a result of the Inflation Reduction Act, right? Same approach? All right.
Thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to also thank the local team. As you saw that slide, if they're out and about, you'll see Kayla Valentine and Dustin Marvel all over the place through the summer. So
Take a look to see them. So, want to thank.
They're living in their cars, right?
Let's put on.
I also have some exciting news. Mr. O'Brien has accepted a position over in Kevin McCormick's area. But we wouldn't let him go until after this, the session. And then you guys may remember Brooke Aiken, we promoted her to a director position. So exciting times.
Kim will be now our new director of facilities, and Brooke Aiken will be a new face that you will get familiar with as our taking place. So,
What's Brooke's title?
Has his.
Director of Economic Development and Government Affairs. Although the title may change.
Yes.
So Tim, next time we see you, you'll be wearing overalls and a tool belt.
Yeah,
Walking around shaking your head.
I'm excited. I'm excited. What to do.
Till time, Tim.
Yeah, it's a passion of mine, so I'm very honored to have that opportunity. So thank you.
Congrats.
Yeah, thank you.
Congratulations, Tim.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other part of our presentation that I already forgot? All right, seeing none, I think the PI committee is complete then.
Great, and appreciate the flexibility from everybody involved in PI to move that in front of lunch. It's 11:33 right now. Let's look to 12:15 as the return time for the near-term resource recommendation. 12:15. Thanks very much. All right, the time is 12:15 PM. We took a slight deviation from our agenda, but we will now return to the Systems Committee for the last item, the near-term generation recommendation. And I'm gonna, I guess, offer it to Director Moody as the Systems Committee Chair, or do you just want to pass it directly to Brad?
Well, I'll tee it up ever so briefly, which is to say, we've been talking about this for a while. And today is a really important day when we get an opportunity as a board to collectively as a unit, see what the modeling results have revealed and share that with the public, I think most importantly. So this is kind of our Super Bowl in some ways as it relates to this. So I'm excited to bring it on behalf of the committee to fruition to this point and look forward to the discussion that we're going to have for the next 90 minutes. So with that.
Yeah, and if I can,
Yep.
and thank you, Director Moody, for that. I couldn't agree more. I reflect a lot on what we do at OPPD and the mission that we have and how we're serving customers on a daily basis, minute by minute. You know, there's 850,000 people who rely on us being there all the time, and that's an honor and it's a privilege. Many times in our careers, we are focused on optimizing the system we have. How do we make it better, more affordable, more reliable? And it's a really interesting challenge for us to do that. Not very often in our careers do we get to look at the organization as not only just optimization of what we have, but a significant expansion of who we are. And I think that's where we are today. The convergence of the electrification of the economy that we've been talking about for years. We've talked about the advent of electric vehicles and heat pumps and now data centers. The economy is electrifying at a pace that we haven't seen before. And it's coming at the same time as we are making big strides and we have an eye on pathways to decarbonization and being a net zero emitting utility by 2050. Really interesting, I would say probably challenging time for us to look at that gigantic growth we're seeing in the load that's coming to our region. And also exciting because we have a lot of new technologies that are at our disposal. And so how do we take advantage of those new technologies? How do we install more generation capability and all the transmission and distribution infrastructure that comes with it so that we can continue to serve our customer owners the way they've grown accustomed to us serving them, if not better. So lots of things are changing for us, what you will see here is a recommendation for a very, very large addition to our generation portfolio. But let me talk just quickly about what is not changing, and that is our commitment to serve our customer owners, to provide reliable, affordable, and environmentally sensitive energy services. So that doesn't change. Everything underneath does, and I'm excited. I'm a little nervous because the work we have ahead of us for the next decade is going to be very substantial. And it will require not only OPPD and the amazing 2,000 employees we have today, but it will require really all of our customer owners, our stakeholders. This is going to be a regional effort for us to build the infrastructure that we need, the infrastructure that Nebraska deserves to continue to grow economically and other ways. So with that, Brad Underwood, our Vice President of Systems Transformation has been leading all the planning efforts, and Brad will be accompanied by a group of very talented individuals presenting these to the public.
Very good. Well, thank you, Javier, and thank you, Dr. Moody. I'll be very brief, but I really appreciated your language. You said this is the Super Bowl, and that hit me in some unique ways. And when you think about a team, you think about in football space, or even in theater, or wherever it is your hobby and delights reside. You think about an offense, a defense, special teams coordinator. You think about equipment managers. You think about trainers. You think about stadium facility personnel. You think about a head coach. You think about a GM and a president. And the best teams all make the same decisions with unity. They're all on the same page. They all see the goal. And I'd like to think that's what we're trying to build. And so if we could go to the next slide. This is the brief agenda here, the things we're going to talk about. And I think this has a team feel to it, both inside and outside the building. So the first item is just the explosive growth in Nebraska. Folks love Nebraska. We love that they love Nebraska. And it's just creating some persistent opportunities for us to provide our critical life service to the community. And so we're going to look at what our other team members are doing outside the building, whether it's a legislative incentive, whether it's customers, whether it's local planning commissions and the things we're trying to do with the urban core and otherwise. So we'll get a good look at that. We'll recap briefly for folks maybe that haven't been along for the last 4 or 5 months on what are the types of things talking about and why do they matter. And we'll tie that back to the last 5-year conversation on what our community's been doing and what that means for us and why it means those things. And so that'll be a great discussion. We'll spend some time on the resource planning efforts that we continue to do, and maybe some of the chronology of those events. And then really the board's voice in this, how the board has spoken to the team through the SDs on the types of outcomes the board wants to see, and strategically where we're going for customer owners. And so we'll spend some time kind of on the tail piece of the discussion talking about those, and then we'll talk about next steps. But before we go too much further, Chair Williams, I'd like to clarify, I believe your expectation is that we progress through the content delivery. We're going to try to stick to 45 minutes. And so I'd ask the presenters to keep that in mind. And then I believe you wanted to open it up for about the same amount of time of questions, if I recall correctly.
Yep, that's kind of what we're planning. Yeah, about 45-minute presentation, saving questions for the end, highlight slides that you want to come back to if you'd like to, but then Q&A and discussion from the board at the end is
okay.
Having.
Very good. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this.
Great. Hey, good afternoon. As Javier said, it's an exciting time here at Oppd. The planning, the efforts, the teamwork, great analogy, map. If we could go to the next slide, please. I'm going to pass it over quickly to Kate Thomas, and she's ready. She's going to talk through this marketing campaign that we've embarked on to help tell the story. Kate?
Oh, thank you. Okay, on audio?
Yep.
Very good. Well, no, thank you, Javier and Brad and Lisa. And We really appreciate the opportunity to begin our conversation today by touching on this communication campaign that's been focused on growth, and which you may have seen or heard pop up on your devices or your car radio or billboards around the service area since the beginning of April, and which we believe continues this conversation on growth that we began with our customers in December around our State of the Utility event, as well as during this year's board meetings. This billboard says, "Keep growing, Nebraska. We love a challenge." And we know that we have a privilege and a responsibility to let our customers know that we're building for their future, their children's future, and even their grandchildren's future. And that prospect is both exciting and it's challenging. This broad campaign began in April, and it's going to continue in some form throughout the year, really calling attention not only to the fact that our service area is growing, but that we at OPPD are committed to powering it in a balanced way, affordably, reliably, and sustainably. We'll talk more about outreach and education at the end of this discussion, but we thought this was an appropriate message to frame this important Super Bowl discussion today. Thank you. Lisa, over to you.
Great, thank you so much. In fact, I was talking to Director Wolhoff, and I spent a lot of time going back and forth to Lincoln, and I love taking Highway 6 and just the growth. I mean, everywhere that you see, there's new housing developments, new hospitals, and we'll be talking about that as well. So this really, if we could go to the next slide, please. We're in a very fortunate situation that Nebraska is growing, and it's coming from economic development. It has taken all of us to put this together, but we also know that how important it is that we serve every one of our customers, and that really the powering is what's bringing this all to really a journey that we've been starting to plan ahead for. So I'm not going to go through all of this, but we're being prepared. We're being good stewards for our customer owners, and also being that conduit within the communities that we serve. Next slide, please. We have a lot of partnerships, especially with the Nebraska Department of Economic Development, along with all of the 13 counties as well. So the state is investing in our area. In fact, they put in $110 million in site development, because we've really realized that that's the important part here is if people want to come to Nebraska, it used to be that it'd take 10 years to kind of bring somebody in, and now they want a site ready. So the legislation is, they've put the session together and are proposing another $430 million. So that's totaling $2.1 billion capital investment. So it's just not happening here, it's happening everywhere. And so I'm going to pass it over to my colleague here that's going to talk a little bit about the areas of growth that we're seeing as well. Tim?
Thank you, Lisa. I'm Tim McAravey, Vice President of Customer Service for OPPD, and I want to talk a little bit more at the next slide, Aaron, about the growth we're seeing. So certainly as the number of customers grow, the impact of each customer can be different. But as Lisa indicated, we are seeing widespread growth across virtually every segment of the economy and society in our service territory. So just to take a snap or a look back 10 years, as we look forward 10 years to plan, residential lot growth from roughly 1,300 in 2011 to roughly 3,000 last year. New housing starts at around 3,000 in 2011 to about 6,100 last year. Commercial starts have continued strong through that entire period at 1,000 to 1,200 a year. But commercial expansions continue to grow. In fact, much of the economic growth we see in businesses, which of course produces employment and investment in the community, and also the need for energy, is coming from expansion of existing business.
Hey, Tim, excuse me, those numbers you just gave, was that statewide or is that just our
service territory?
Our service territory.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Kavanaugh. And in fact, the growth we're seeing is widespread. I talked about commercial starts, I talked about residential, but also it's in schools, it's in grocery infrastructure, communications, municipalities with literally dozens of projects across infrastructure and parks. retail, military, medical community is under expansion, and we can see that as we drive around. Manufacturing, and yes, as Javier talked about, the digitization of our economy. Data centers are certainly growing as well to fuel that growth in that aspect of our economy. Aaron, if you can move forward. In fact, as alluded to earlier, we're experiencing unprecedented growth. What had been small handfuls or a low single-digit megawatt growth per year now is at a pace of around 100 megawatts. In fact, we're projecting in the need for additional peak load or peak growth of 1,050 megawatts by 2032. It's not only coming from growth, but also from regulatory requirements around supporting that growth reliably. You're going to hear that a little bit more. The energy consumption, as I indicated, is expected to grow in all classes, but it will be concentrated from a revenue and load perspective in that industrial class as depicted in the graphics in the center. You'll see some graphic representations of what we see coming with the winter and summer peak load, historical, and the forecast going forward. And as you'll hear more about in the lower right corner, you will see that and know that we have assets that we've been working and are working to bring on. And in addition to that, you'll see a graphical depiction of the gap that we still need to fill. So I'll turn it over to Troy next to talk about, I believe it's Troy, to talk about what we've been discussing and talk, kind of bring the bus back forward a little bit on what we've been talking about the last few months.
Sure. We could move to the next slide, please. We hit on some of this earlier, but lead times that we're seeing to put infrastructure in place are growing, continue to put pressure on time. Just heard Tim talk about unprecedented growth, volume and velocity. And I think the velocity piece there is really important for us to think about and understand that we've never seen here in our service territory. So pretty significant amounts of infrastructure will be needed to meet that growth and to keep our economy thriving. At the same time, we're in the phase where it's very difficult to build new things. As a good example, some of the large transformers or GSUs that it takes to build a new facility used to have an 18-month lead time. Now we're hearing 4 years. There's so much expansion going on in the United States right now that their production lines are full. And so you have to start planning even further ahead than we've ever had. We've been doing that with supply chain for many items over the recent years and done that with success. But this is continuing and it's continuing to get more difficult. I think it's really important for us to know as we think about how long is it going to take to put this into place. A lot of that depends on the economy and the supply chain that we have to put some of these resources in before we can complete the generation. Federal regulatory process to interconnect too continues to take longer. And how that affects us is if that approval process, which is federal through SPP, takes longer, we don't always know exactly what we need to connect. We may need additional transmission or substations or expansions. And so all that has to be clear for us to know the time frame specifically that it will take for us to put those resources in place. My takeaway for you here is that we're looking further ahead than we have in the past when it comes to building. We've got a layered approach here that will take time for us to execute. And it'll take us every bit of this next 10 years to meet the needs that's in front of us. Have a lot of patience, a lot of skill sets internally that'll have to focus on this planning horizon. But we're definitely ready to do that as an organization. Next. All right, some of our operators' favorite topic is what we've been seeing during these winter periods. So OPPD, as well as the Midwest, has seen some of the biggest challenges in recent years during the winter. It used to always be summer up until recent years. We've seen this change in the winter weather pattern. We have long-lasting, extreme cold. Very deep. They stick around for a long time. They dip way down into the southern parts of the United States where maybe historically you haven't seen them. We saw that take place during the Storm Uri a few years ago, where the entire Midwest had a load shedding event. First time that we've had such an event. It was all over the papers, everybody heard about. More recently, we saw Elliott, which impacted more the southeast side of the United States, a lot more than it did here in the Midwest. They had to roll through those load shedding events also. We did not, but I'll tell you that we were nervous during that period. There was lots of stress and demand on the system. And so it was something that utilities across the entire United States, specifically in the Midwest, were paying very close attention to. We got through it okay, but it was extremely tight. And even this last winter, we saw the Missouri River ice jams, which impacted a lot of thermal generation all up and down the river. That put additional stress during a very cold period of time that we had here with temperatures getting down well below zero. And so as a whole, I think the takeaway here is the broader market really has less margin than it used to. And our planning has to think about that. We have to think about these events differently than we have in the past. We have to include that into the way we model for the future. And I know Brad and his team have done a nice job of thinking about these key events, put those into the planning process to make sure that we're making good decisions for our customers. Okay, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Troy. Colton Kennedy, Director of Energy Portfolio Planning, OPPD. So in order to have a reliable system, we need to have the generating capacity to meet the demands of our customers at every instant, at every moment of time, whatever those electric demands are. Doing that successfully is called resource adequacy. So there are three important topics on resource adequacy that I'd like to share. The first is the increasing frequency of resource adequacy events that we're seeing across the region. And so I'll draw your attention to the SVP alerts on the upper right that include the frequency by year of these regional alerts. Those alerts are when the region is strained and stressed. It's getting close to not having enough resources to supply predictably customer consumption. And so we're seeing that increase. The second point that I wanted to bring out is just the amount of regional resources that we have. So OPPD is part of a much larger reserve sharing pool. And what you see on the lower right, the summer season SVP planning reserve margin summary. This is a bar chart of the regional resources. And what we're seeing is the amount of regional resources decline as a percentage above the system peak load. We're seeing continuing to decline as a result of retiring existing resources on the system, as a result of load growth across SPP, and also the challenges of interconnecting those new resources. The third item I wanted to bring up is the changing requirements for LRAs such as OPPD to carry resources to support our peak load. And so today we have a 12% or we have a 15% summer planning reserve margin. We have 15% winter planning reserve margin. As we look forward in the years to come, we expect the amount of resources that OPPD needs or LRA load responsible entities need to serve the peak demand to increase, and to increase significantly for the winter season up to a level of approximately 25%, which is what some of our neighboring regions are seeing for the amount of required winter resources. So this is all context leading into what we're about to show with the resource studying process.
Let me pause here really quick, and I know we're trying to move quickly, but this is a very important piece of information that I want to make sure that the public understands, and I want to double click on this and emphasize the importance that the plan reserve margin plays into our planning work. It helps us with reliability and having a more resilient system, which is fantastic, and it requires a lot more resources. So going forward, another way of interpreting this plan reserve margin is, as time goes by, it is becoming more and more difficult for utilities, for regional transmission organizations to maintain reliability with the old plan reserve margins. We need to add more resources that can withstand all different types of weather conditions, that can be online at the same time going forward. So it is becoming more expensive, and it is becoming harder for us to maintain that reliable power that we've been accustomed to in years past. So that's This is a very important piece that I want to make sure that the public understands how the plan reserve margin benefits all of us because we will have a stronger system, but at the same time requires a lot more resources, monetary resources and generation resources to be deployed in order for us to enjoy that higher reliability and resilience.
Are we and our partners in Southwest Power Pool okay with this increase? Or has it been pushed back at all, or where do we stand on it?
So there is a pushback, of course. This costs money, and it takes time. So there is a pushback about on how fast are we increasing? Is the Southwest Power Pool increasing this plan reserve margin? On the other hand, we have a lot of engineers, a lot of operators who are really cheering for this because they see the need for this to happen. This, by the way, it's not unique to the Southwest Power Pool. Every RTO in the country has similar plan reserve margins. One could argue other RTOs have had higher plan reserve margins than SPP, and we're moving along in the same direction. Back to you, folks.
Thank you, Javier. Will we continue? Okay, one more slide. Thank you. So we're going to get into the bulk of the resource planning study that we conducted. And so in the study, I'm going to walk through 5 different steps that we took. I'm going to start with really the foundation that we're building from. So that includes the regulatory directions, strategic alignment, customer feedback, really from a lot of prior work that's been conducted in the resource planning space. Second item, we're going to focus on the near-term needs of the organization and our objectives and requirements as we plan for the future energy portfolio. Thirdly, we're going to focus on the modeling assumptions, so specific assumptions that we utilized to develop the recommendation that we're going to share today. The fourth, we're going to share the modeling results from an optimization. So what is the best portfolio to meet these requirements that we have as an organization? And how do we interpret those results? Taking qualitative and other considerations as we develop specific details of the recommendation. And the fifth item here is around communication of those outcomes, and specifically, tailored recommendations. So we could continue to move through the content. Very good. So I mentioned that we're building off of a significant foundation of work with the public. And so we have engaged stakeholders in the community to a huge level over the last 4 years, beginning with the work that we did with Power with Purpose in our resource recommendation to build 600 megawatts of natural gas, 600 megawatts of solar generation capability. In 2019 through 2021, we had a very intensive effort to understand Oppd's energy portfolio in the context of achieving net zero carbon by 2050. And that process included a large number of technical workshops, a large number of individual stakeholders, taking stakeholder feedback and considerations into the study. And there's a significant report on findings of that really build the direction that we're going to share today. All of that was rolled into our 2022 integrated resource plan. And more recently, we've had to extend North Omaha as a result of the challenges of being able to effectively execute, or the delays that we've had in executing our Power with Purpose generation. And so that's kind of the foundation for where we are to focus on the next midterm resources. Next slide, please. And so I mentioned as we go through the resource planning study, we had a number of objectives and requirements for a portfolio that would serve Oppd best in the future. Across those requirements, they can really be grouped into three categories consistent with Oppd's mission: affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive. And so focusing on the affordable element, all of these portfolios that we've developed to prepare the recommendation are cost minimized. We're trying to minimize the cost for customers, ratepayers, and financial impact as we develop ways to achieve, to meet the growing customer load and to serve our system reliably. The second objective that we have is a reliable system. And specifically with reliable, there's two elements here. One is to meet reliability, we need regional resource adequacy, having enough resources in the region. And for OPPD, that means meeting certain requirements that region places on us for a planning reserve margin, which we talked about a few slides ago. And
Often that region is how big?
55,000 megawatts peak demand.
So the whole Southwest Power Pool,
Yes.
that's the region we're talking about.
Southwest Power Pool from North Dakota to the northern edge of Texas.
Thank you.
Yep. Which we have significant transmission interconnection that supports OPPD's and the region's reliability. The second area of focus on reliability is what we're going to call local system resource adequacy. And this is ensuring that OPPD maintains the right mix of resources in eastern Nebraska to serve load in our service territory, predictably, under a variety of conditions. And so really, this means having, again, the diversity of resources, the amount of resources that if we do have interruptions and variable energy resources like wind or solar, that we have the capability to support the system, even during the most challenging grid conditions. The third element here is around environmental sensitivity. And so as we'll see in the coming slides, really the recommendation that we're presenting is consistent with our goal of achieving net zero carbon by 2050 and builds towards that long-term objective. Next slide. And so as we develop an energy portfolio to meet our needs, really that hinges on a number of assumptions. The most significant assumption that we have going into the modeling is the amount of load, unprecedented load that we're seeing in the near term for OPPD service territory. We're growing at an unprecedented rate at over 100 megawatts per year to reach almost 1,050 megawatts of incremental peak load by the time we get to 2032. And that load is coming from a variety of different types of customers, as was shared previously. But that load impacts both our summer peak demand and it impacts our winter peak demand. So the amount of resources that we're going to need year round is impacted by the level of load growth that we're seeing.
And Colton, for the folks at home, the 100 megawatts per year is roughly 3%?
3%. Oh, our system is 2,500 megawatts
So
today.
Okay.
Yes. Continue. And so next, to be able to satisfy the significant growth in near-term load, we need to identify what resources optimally meet those objectives. And so as we approach this, we worked from the foundation of the pathways to decarbonization work. And you can see the list of technologies: solar, wind, storage, combustion turbines, combined cycle, small modular nuclear reactors that are emerging in the market, demand response, and also added capability to our existing units. We evaluated all of these technology options to optimally meet those objectives and meet that need of the growing load. The information that we used, we sourced publicly available information. We did augment it for near-term pricing dynamics, but we're utilizing as a basis of information cost information from the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. And we're using fuel price forecasts from the Annual Energy Information Agency, so the Annual Energy Outlook. And all the costs are reflective of the inflation reduction. The values at the right of this table show the ability of those resources to meet that load, that summer and winter peak demand, how we can count them. And so all of the resources, they have different cost attributes, they have different performance attributes seasonally, depending on how reliably they can support the system. And so the numbers here, as an example, solar 75% in the summer, 0% in the winter, is reflective of that type of resources ability to meet our peak demand seasonally.
You want to mention who sets that requirement?
Yep, so the accreditation percentage for resources is determined by Southwest Power Pool, the larger region that we're a part of. And the process that they utilize called effective load carrying capability, which tries to measure the effectiveness of those resources. And so that will change over time. It'll change based on how many of those resources are in the system, but is set by the Southwest Power Pool. Macro. Troy. Slide, please. Okay, moving into some of the initial modeling results that we have. So we looked at what the optimal portfolio is for Oppd under multiple paradigms and in multiple scenarios. And so what we're sharing today is we're sharing a paradigm where it's least cost only and one where it's least cost plus a requirement for local system resource adequacy. And I'll talk through that as we look at the results. We also evaluated what the optimal portfolio mix would look like under conditions with low solar prices and with much higher solar prices. The cost or the price of solar has been extremely volatile for us in recent years in the market. So we wanted to see and understand how the portfolios would change with a variety of assumptions. And so we're going to focus first on the least cost only solution. And what's important here is that even for least cost, there's a large amount of renewables, wind and solar, that economically meet Oppd's future energy needs in the least cost. There's additional resources. In a low-cost solar scenario, there's additional solar. There's also battery energy storage across both scenarios. Talk about where that shows up. There's added capability or dual fuel capability to some of Oppd's existing resources. And then there's the addition of new single cycle combustion turbine resources that would be dual fuel capability as well. And so those least cost portfolios add a significant amount of renewables, and they also add new firm dispatchable generation to meet those PRM requirements. The second paradigm is where we also include local resource adequacy. And in these scenarios, we see much higher levels of, so we still see the renewables, we see higher levels of firm dispatchable generation, supporting our ability here to meet our energy needs, even when renewable production is at its lowest. Okay, we can continue.
Colton, real quick,
Yes, sir.
on the bottom of this slide, and maybe we'll come back to it. The language that is listed at the bottom of the 4 bars has high solar, low solar. Can you help clarify the specifics of what that means at the bottom of the graph on the 4 bars that we're seeing?
Yes, sir. So I mentioned the low-cost solar and the high-cost solar scenarios that were modeled. The high solar is high solar cost. The low solar is low solar cost. And those are the outcomes of those scenarios. Not referring to the amount, referring to the price in that scenario. So
great, appreciate that, because yeah, the bar on the right in each of the 2 columns says low solar, but has a reflection of more solar resources that it is, because low solar means low solar cost, hence more solar deployment.
Thank you for the clarification.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, good.
May I just ask a clarifying question on something? So certainly all technologies we've seen an increase in price because of inflation, supply chain demand, that kind of thing. Is the solar technology, the one that we've seen the most volatility in? Is that why this happened as opposed to a high and low wind price, a high and low CT price?
Yes, exactly. So actually, all of the market is seeing inflationary pressure right now. In fact, the cost of all types of resources is increased. But as we went through the modeling, what we found is even in the time when we started the assumptions, and by the time we got to the results, the price of solar technology had increased like 30% for our region. And so we understand that this is going to be potentially even a temporary or evolving condition. And so we're bringing that price sensitivity for that resource type, just to understand how that impacts the ideal solution for Oppd. Thank you. Maybe lastly is all of these values are in addition to the resources that we're already pursuing, Turtle Creek Station, Stainbury Lake, and the Platte Solar Facility. So we'll talk about the specific numbers on the next slide, but interpreting the results, very consistent with the pathways to decarbonization work. We see a large amount of new renewable generation to cost effectively meet our energy needs. We see firm dispatchable generation to support our local system resource adequacy. That is showing up in a couple of different ways. One is added capability to our existing units that allows us to avoid cost of building new resources. And the second is adding new resources when they're needed to be able to support that local system resource adequacy, provide year-round accreditation. The third category here is energy storage, which is selected in certain specific locations. And particularly, I'm going to point out energy storage in our modeling was identified at the North Omaha location to support local system voltage, utilize the interconnection capacity unless we Omaha 1 through 3. And so there's some cost savings of that particular location with those resources. Next, we see energy storage as part of hybrid resource installations, where they can leverage SPP generation interconnection. Next slide, please. So moving to the recommendation, time to discuss this. Really, the recommendation is in a range for each type of category of resources. As we mentioned, there's quite a bit of volatility in pricing. There's quite a bit of supply chain uncertainty and uncertainty in construction. And so a range of resources allows us to react to the uncertainties that we've seen or we are seeing within the market. You see 1,000, 1,500 for renewables, up to 125 megawatts for storage, a dual fuel capability of 600 to 950 megawatts, continued expansion of our demand response program. 32 is what we currently identify, and the team is actively working to identify more demand response opportunities in the near term. And then also additional capability at existing generation facilities of approximately 320 megawatts to support winter resource accreditation. A few notes before I turn it over. We remain committed to our previously announced generation plans at North Omaha Station, retiring units 1 through 3 and converting units 4 and 5 from coal to gas. And then we also, as I mentioned, have plans or will evaluate plans to add energy storage at that location. All of this, approximately 2,500 megawatts of new generation, really doubles the size of Oppd's system over the next 10 years. It's a significant change and challenge for our resource portfolio over the next decade. That I'll turn over to.
Can I ask a quick clarifying question? Maybe this is super evident to everyone else in the room, and I'm a bit slow today. We've said a couple times, these are all in addition to Platteview, Turtle Creek, and Standing Bear. So that means that the remaining power with purpose solar, 519 megawatts, which would be the 81 plus 519 gets us to 600. That's folding into this new, right? Okay.
Yep. This is looking from those resources forward, what the recommendation is for incremental.
So power with purpose, then thinking about it, we've got the assets that are under construction today, locked in, going, and then sort of breaking them apart and pulling those new ones in. Okay, got it.
Yes. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Well, and others that aren't going today as well from power with a purpose.
That's what's getting folded into the,
So to date, from the 2019 resolution, the board approved between 400 and 600 megawatts of solar Of that, let's call it 600 megawatts. Of that 600 megawatts, we only have 81 megawatts today under contract, and that's Platteview Solar. So there's 519 megawatts that we're still working on to satisfy that resolution. That amount is now folded into these, into this proposal.
Thank you.
And, sorry, to be totally clear, the recommendation lists renewables, either solar and or wind. And so the recommendation here is that the 519 that were previously specified as solar would be either solar or wind as part of the total number between 1,000 and 1,500.
So what we saw from the results is there's a need for a significant amount of renewable energy for our portfolio. And so I think depending on prices, we saw sometimes it was economically advantageous for additional wind, and sometimes it was economically advantageous for additional solar. And so this would be folding in that additional or the remaining 519 megawatts of the power with purpose solar into this recommendation to 1,000 to 1,500 megawatts of incremental generation.
And what we would ask the board is for that flexibility, right? To call it renewables, either solar or wind, fully acknowledging that the model that was ran took into account different price sensitivities, but their price points at a specific point in time. This plan takes us to 2032. So a lot could happen between now and 2032, and we would like to have a flexibility to figure out what is the best resource, as long as they are renewables in the case of that first line, to make sure that we're getting the best value for our customer owners, the best energy in the best location with the fastest interconnection and the lowest possible price. To your point, Director Williams, we would ask that remaining 519 megawatts to be included in this renewable piece, that we can choose and pull the levers, whether it's wind or solar, depending on the situations we have at hand in the next 10 years. Probably be sooner than that, but a lot could happen between now and next year, and we want to have that flexibility. Doubling down on our commitment that these resources are non-emitting resources. That's the key piece here that has to be part of it if we are to continue to move forward toward net zero carbon by 2050.
So I do want to make sure that we have plenty of time here because this is a particularly important point. It looks like they're committing.
Yeah, I know that we've got a structure, but while we're talking about it, if I could, so just, and maybe if this is just primarily so that the public has an understanding for it, which is to say, so that I have an understanding for it. It's not as though we've not been working towards the execution of that 519 for years, right? And we didn't just kind of walk away and say, okay, we're going to wait and see what happens. There have been multiple, and we're not going to go through the projects today, but there's been a lot of work towards that end. And it's not as though if we approve this, sort of resetting everything, right? All of that work is going to continue going forward. But this would just kind of roll it into this particular approval and gives you a little bit more flexibility to explore.
That is correct.
Is that fair?
Absolutely, and to double down on that, we have existing current negotiations right now with different developers on different business models and structures, different locations for solar, because that's what the board has approved so far. And so that work will continue to move forward. This gives us the flexibility of getting the best transaction that we need. But yes, we're not resetting, we're not stopping all the work. We need to continue to move forward. The urgency is very clear.
Yeah, okay.
Everyone clear on that specific point? And I anticipate that we'll make sure we clarify this to the public as well, because it is an important detail of what is being recommended for the resources now relative to the resources that were recommended and approved by the board in 2019. And last point of clarification, the words on screen do say renewables, and we've said non-emitting, but the wording that we expect in the resolution is specific to renewables, wind and solar. Okay. Great, thank you.
Next slide, please. So we just heard 2.5 gigawatts, 2,500 megawatts, nearly doubling what it's taken us, that we're going to try to build, that's taken us decades. Huge expansion. Lots of work involved with this. Lots of challenges from a project standpoint that I talked about earlier. So I think if you take one thing away from this slide is there will be bumps in the road as we try to build this kind of plan going forward. We have a lot of infrastructure above and beyond the plants themselves that will have to be in place to interconnect, to make sure that they're viable resources. So with that said, I mentioned most of this other stuff earlier: supply chain, siting, permitting, interconnection delays. Some of the large engineering firms, as well as EPC providers out there, kind of like what we're using for Zachary right now for our plants, they have a lot of work on their plate. They're nearing some of the ends of their capability too. So as we go down this path, we'll have to have patience. We'll have to work with a lot of strategic partners to make sure that we can execute this, and it will take time in that place. And just like us, all these folks are finding it harder to get talent to execute these large plans. So that feeds into the difficulty and the timeframes associated with this. So lots of infrastructure, going to take time, and a lot of patience, focus. The other thing I'll just throw in there, as we're doing this, we're continuing the conversion process from North Omaha. We've got work planned. You'll hear more about that later today from Scott Edom, but that work continues in that.
Good afternoon. My name is Jeff Bishop, I'm the Chief Financial Officer. Our goal in this next section is to provide the board and public a view of how this recommendation will impact our ability to deliver on our existing strategic derivatives, or excuse me. As a refresher, the strategic directives are set by the board and guide management in the form of policy, strategy, and they fundamentally align with the mission, vision, values of our organization. I'm going to double click on our mission statement, where we provide affordable, reliable, environmentally sensitive services for our customers. I'm going to touch base specifically on the first two SDs, which cover affordability. My goal here is to translate what's been presented by Colton and paint a picture of how that looks from a financial perspective. Again, as it relates to how our capital will grow, O&M, as well as retail revenues, and what rate impacts may transpire. Go to the next slide, please. What we're currently having modeled, we see that the capital required for this program would be between $2 billion and $2.2 billion by 2030. It's important that you understand the assumptions behind that, and they're new. We're assuming relative to renewables that 50% of those will be owned. That's not taken place in the past. That results in capital expenditure, which you see here. The other 50% would come through power purchase agreement or PPAs. That's what we have in place today with third parties. Those impact our operating expense. Why we assumed ownership for those renewables, it's key. It falls under the Inflation Reduction Act, which provides for ownership. We see that as a long-term benefit for the utility and for our customers. But again, that hasn't been considered in the past. Relative to the other generation resources, batteries and natural gas, those are assumed to be owned. We've also made sure to incorporate all of the associated interconnection costs and costs to run those facilities. As we move on to our annual operating and maintenance costs, we see by 2030, those would approach $310 million. Again, that's the cost to run our facilities, the cost to balance our system and our portfolio, for purchase cost, fuel costs, wholesale sales, and purchase power.
Then that's as opposed to what are we at now as far as operation and maintenance costs? Where are we at right now?
So in comparison, that would be about a 38% increase over 2023 O&M. Okay. From a load growth perspective, obviously, that translates our need for capital O&M, but it also provides additional retail revenues. And so as we think about that, just that contribution in terms of serving that load growth translates to $450 million and increased revenues. But then on top of that, we'll have to increase rates to cover additional debt service costs associated with new assets. That totals between 128 to 143 million. As we think about how that ultimately impacts our rates, we see on an average basis between 2027 and 2030, between 2.5% and 3% per year, for a total cumulative impact of 10 to 11% by 2030. Again, this is isolated just specifically to those resources. It doesn't look at any other impacts would become coming in through in terms of rates. And again, this is our best estimate, right? If load ramp adjusts in terms of growth, or there's different issues associated with construction that can potentially impact the results that you're seeing here. As we move on to the next slide, SD3, again, this really will be significant as we look forward, looking at the amount of capital investment that we'll have. So this will be more significant than ever. We're focused on retaining our AA credit rating. Why do we do that? Focus on making sure that we can get our lowest cost borrowing costs and also have flexibility for the benefit of our customers. With that, we'll expect to see pressure on some of our key financial ratios, notably our debt to capitalization. But we do feel like we are able to manage this through transparency and working with the rating agencies. There's also a couple items that might not typically be called out that are credit positive as a result of this. Transition to a lower non-carbon emission generating portfolio. And then also the fact that we're serving a thriving and economically diverse service territory, which is fantastic. They'll look at that as very positive. We again do plan to maintain our 2x debt service coverage and our AA rating. We'll work vigilantly to manage those over the course of the next 8 years. Next, we'll move on to SD4 with Troy Vi.
So I think you heard me talk about some of the challenges we're seeing on the grid just a little bit ago. Those challenges our operators see daily, weekly, quite frequently as they manage the grid. We also talked about how the markets were tightening in SPP. And as an example, as recent as last week, SPP shared concerns about low margin. We had mid 80 degree temperature. Wasn't that extreme, but yet we were still seeing a need for additional resources that was shared by SPP. So all that goes into my mind and my process when I think about the plan that we have presenting, as well as SD4, where it says ensure customer energy requirements are met. So for me to think about that from an operational standpoint, there's certain boxes the portfolio needs to check to make sure that we have that flexibility when it comes to operating the system. Diverse assets from a fuel and location standpoint, I think we see that pretty readily in this portfolio. The ability to act very quickly. Some resources may take a day or so to start up. As we change our portfolio, we're seeing differences in the market, faster changing power flows, things of that nature. So the portfolios that we select going forward needs to have a nimble nature to fast acting nature. You see the batteries as well as the balancing stations that do that quite readily. The ability to control voltage is something else. As power flow swings, we need to be able to do that readily within that space. And every type of resource being suggested here can provide voltage support. Even solar during times that it's not producing, you can use the inverters to help support voltage in the market, which I think is very on the system, which I think is very important. And then the other piece we mentioned, cold weather and some of the concerns we've had about that. The portfolio needs to strengthen our position during the winter. We see that with dual fuel. We see that with batteries. And so there's lots of flexibility that these resources provide us when it comes time to operate the system. The accumulation of these make this a pretty reasonable portfolio. If you think about it from a reliability standpoint. And the sooner we start building this, the more margin we have on the system to take care of some of these needs that I've mentioned, that has shown up as recently as last week. So.
So I'd like to address customer satisfaction and how this recommendation impacts that. The first bullet, historically and increasingly so, a growing and thriving community doesn't occur without a basic resource of electricity. So this resource, this recommendation enables us to continue providing that critical service. I'll actually hit on the second child bullet point quicker. This recommendation for the growth we're looking at enables the foundational fulfillment of our mission. In our mission, we have descriptors such as affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive. But those are descriptors of energy services that we're seeking to provide, and this recommendation enables us to do so. And in order to continue pursuing J.D. Power first quartile satisfaction, we first have to provide service, and that is always a key foundation. I'm proud that this recommendation also incorporates customer feedback from the past several years, as Colton identified, starting with Power with Purpose, pathways to decarbonization, integrated resource plan, daily conversations we have with our customers. So I think that's illuminating, and this recommendation, bless you, Director Howard, also illuminates the process of considering customer input, considering customer needs, and using that to help inform the recommendation you see in front of you today. I'll turn it over to Mr. Cliff Fleener to talk about SD7.
Good afternoon. I'm Cliff Fleener, Vice President of Sustainability for Oppd. The program we've been reviewing today was prepared consistent with our pathways to decarbonization. It supports our net zero 2050 goals. It also supports our commitments to North Omaha. For that reason, it's fully compliant with SD7. I think it does a good job of balancing both adaptation and mitigation strategies. Mitigation, the extensive use of renewable, and adaptations to the use of combustion, dual fuel combustion turbines and battery storage. I think one particularly exciting aspect of this is over 90% of the power or energy being modeled here is entirely renewable, which I think is particularly exciting. Next slide, please. The impact diagram you see here, its directional nature could be influenced by a number of factors, including interconnection agreements, load requirements, regulatory requirements, but demonstrates quite clear reduction, both normalized and non-normalized carbon reductions through 2030. Thank you. Lisa.
Next slide, please. Oh, Brad.
Yeah, very good. Thought you were next. You got it. So
switch.
Thank you. So integrated system planning, really what we did is, if you think about the meter on a customer's house, it can be affected by the electrification in their home. You have customer generation all the way back up through the distribution system, into the transmission system and back up to the generator. And so really this idea that we're going to look at this from a comprehensive system planning perspective, taking into account how our customers are using energy, when they're using it, how much, as well as the other resources that they may be bringing on to their home based on the choices they want to make as far as demand and including demand response. So we've tried to look at that as a package, and I feel very confident we've been able to do that. We also incorporated system risk and contingency events. So we've had a lot of learnings here over the last few years, and certainly learnings that predate that we will have components of the system that fail. And are we hardening the grid? Are we maintaining a sufficient amount of resiliency based on the specifics of our system and the type of weather and area of the country that we operate the system in? And so we've done a good job looking at that in order to ensure reliability and resiliency. And we've made reasonable assumptions for transmission system attributes that we've set on the slide. That can be interconnecting a new resource. That can be a network upgrade for the region that could occur. And then we've also looked critically about import limits and our dependency on the broader market as a whole as we've worked through the analysis here. So this ultimately go to next bit.
There we go. Okay, we talked a lot about the growth and how it's an exciting time. This SD is really at the heart of this, that our communities are thriving. And so you'll see, and you heard from colleague over there, that all customer classes have been growing, with a large portion coming through expansion of current businesses. So this generation is needed in order to support that. It also creates the opportunity to support, like I said, these are thriving communities And then last but not least, brings economic impacts, benefits for the entire region and to the state of Nebraska. So we're in a position of strength. And we need to make sure that we have the generation to support our product that is so important. Next slide.
Alisa, very important here, it's throughout our service territory. It's not just in Sarpy County or Douglas County, it's not just in urban areas, it's all over our service territory. We have industrial customer in rural areas of the service territory. We have agricultural services that will greatly benefit from these. So we're seeing that growth happening virtually everywhere in every county that we serve. So that's important for our customer owners to understand that it's really across the 13 counties that we serve, across customer classifications from residential, commercial, and industrial, as Tim McAree mentioned earlier.
Thank you for that. And then last but not least, SD 13. We've been on this journey, right? And we've been trying to bring our colleagues and our employees and the communities along during this extensive journey. And I'm really proud of the work that the team has done because this is very complicated. And we've been able to do a robust stakeholder process, and it's not going to stop. We're in a rhythm, which is a really great rhythm to be in right now. So next steps. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Okay, we're going to go live today on Oppd Community Connect. And we're also using multiple channels in order to give information out to our customer owners. With that being said, we talked about the marketing campaign that from an education standpoint, it's been quite a few years since we've done something of this magnitude. Next slide, please. So we'll be accepting comments from May 16th to June 11th through our Oppd Community Connect. And we hope that the public will come along on this journey because we're listening. And we want to bring this information back to the board of directors. So next slide, please. So time frame. We've been talking about this for several months, but the comment period will open up. And then it closes on June 11th. The board would vote to approve the resolution if you so choose on June 15th. And then we're going to continue our community engagement during the next several weeks and months and years as we bring people along on this journey. So I'll pause there. Questions? And
Let me just close out here and then Chair Williams, if you want, I think you want to, or Chair of Systems Committee, Director Moody, for discussion. But this is a as you can see, just by the magnitude of the proposal, proposal that will come to the board next month, it's very significant. I am honored to be working in the utility at this particular moment in time. It's what I've characterized to my fellow employees. It's an all hands on deck moment for us, and I would say it's an all hands on deck moment for the entire region. This is work that we can't do by ourselves. We're going to need the help of a lot of contractors, a lot of other experts, and we're going to need the help of all of our customer owners. We are growing together. This is a really good story. It's challenging because we have to grow really fast. Electrons are very unforgiving. We don't have the luxury of waiting. We have to get all the infrastructure in place to enable the growth that is happening. But it's incredibly exciting and it's humbling at the same time, knowing that all of these efforts that state officials, elected officials, companies are putting into Nebraska are relying on the electric power that we provide. Virtually nothing could happen if we didn't have electric power. I am very excited about this. Especially, I'm excited because as a relatively new Nebraskan, I've been here for 6 years. I know what this state can do when we get our minds and our hearts together. And we're seeing the growth across the region. It's exciting. It's new jobs. It's people. It's prosperity. We have an opportunity in front of us to demonstrate to the rest of the country how these can be done. How we can, at the same time as we're trying to decarbonize our portfolio, lower greenhouse gas emissions, we can do that while maintaining affordable rates. We remain one of the most affordable states in the nation when it comes to electric power rates. And we are doing all of this to maintain and improve our reliability, which we are the third best reliable state in the nation. We can do it all, but it's gonna take a lot of effort. It's gonna take a lot of resources and laser focus on execution. My team knows world-class execution is what we're aiming for. We've had a few bumps on the road. I'm not gonna hide that. We still have 519 megawatts that I hoped back in 2019 that by now we would have online, and we've had delays. We've had solar tariffs, we've had a pandemic, we've had delays on interconnection, we've had issues with local jurisdictions and land use permits, just to name a few. I am sure that we will have even more barriers going forward that we haven't thought about. But we have the best team that can execute this program for the board, for our customer owners. I am thrilled, I am honored to be working here at OPPD at this point in time. And I know that one day, when our retirement day comes, we'll look back and we'll say, goodness, that was huge. And we were part of it, and we were part of continuing to make Nebraska grow and thrive. The ask for the board is not an easy one. It's probably one of the biggest asks that we will have for the board. And I really appreciate how the board has leaned in and studied and asked really tough questions. For the members of the public, you may only see the tip of the iceberg of the information that we've been sharing with the board, but we've brought the board along, and I know there will be many more questions that we will be happy to answer, but with these, I think we can finish our presentation, and happy to pass it back to the board for any discussion, conversation, or clarification you may need from us.
You want me to run the show, or you want to do it?
Go for it.
Okay. Great. Thank you for the great presentation. It's fun to see it all come together. Perhaps what we need to do as a board right now is if I don't know if you were taking notes about a need for clarification on any of the slides as we went through. I feel like some of that happened in the moment, but maybe not all of it. So let's first endeavor to ask those questions that are, hey, I need to see slide X and have this question. And then we can sort of grow the complexity of our questions as we go. How's that sound? Janice, go ahead.
Yeah, so on slide 24, SD2 rates, and this question is for Mr. Bishop. You said that the estimated rate impact only includes the new generation, right? So, but does this also, would this also encompass the accompanying transmission that would have to go along with that? Or is this basically just the generation facilities? Because really rates and how much people pay for electricity is like could be number one for my constituents. So I just want to kind of get an idea of what's encompassed in this rate increase.
Everything associated with trying to get that generation online and its ability to serve was incorporated, so it would rate the transmission costs as well.
Estimates.
Estimates.
Right, so when we go to sites, we'll find things along the way. So the best we can do is kind of estimate it at this point and then move forward.
For the new substations, new miles of transmission infrastructure. What's not included in here are any other rate increases, rate impacts that may result of, as a result of inflation, for salaries, for other programs, for customer satisfaction, or other. Those are separate. We wanted to make sure that we honed in on the infrastructure and the associated operational expenses that these would.
These are basically construction price impacts. There's not likely to be any increase in the operational costs other than what we would have generally.
Now, we tried to capture all of that. So we wanted to make sure anything that would come about as a result of this incremental generation was included, even to the extent of support costs. So we looked at our overhead and say, So generally, we know we're gonna need more people to run this business. We can't add 2.5 gigawatt hours of additional generation without more support staff. So we've got a placeholder in there for that as well. So those are all captured as best we can. Probably did it well. That's our estimate. But try to give you a complete view of what it would cost our customers to get this forward.
I appreciate that clarification, because what I don't want to do is make some kind of a decision that puts some kind of onus on a future board that they would have to raise rates because of this decision. That it would be something expected and not something that would just fall on a future board.
Yeah, your concern is the same as ours. We want to be as transparent as possible.
So thread questions, any other questions on this slide that's up there at present? I've got thank you. I had the same question. The 2.5 to 3% increase, it's noted that it's 27 to 30. Just kind of curious, is that towards that's the kind of middle to tail end of the time frame that we're looking at? Is that just because it's going to take us several years to do all of the planning, site selection, et cetera, and then it just kind of builds up until then? Is that right?
Correct.
The other question that I had here, I could potentially foresee the public thinking about the demand that's the demand that's happening, and then wondering why we can't sort of meet the demand with new generation and allow for all of those parties that are responsible for the new generation to sort of shoulder the cost of the new. You know what I mean? So in other words, making it cost neutral to our existing customer owners. Curious about your reaction to that logic. And I attempted to think through it, and one of my first guesses was the PRM going up sort of needs to be shouldered by all of our customer owners. But is there more to it than that might result in a flaw in that logic?
No, I think it falls in that perfectly as it relates to, customers will pay for what they consume. So we put this through the cost of service model. We allocate out those costs based upon their usage, what they're demanding from the system. So it'll be no different than we do today. Everyone will be paying their fair share of the cost to operate our system moving forward. So as you highlighted, there's certain things that dictate us adding additional resources like the planned reserve margin. Similarly, as we talked about, we've got residential customers coming on. We talked about 6,000. Largely, that's what we've seen year on year was in the residential space. We will continue to use the cost of service model to ensure people are paying for their fair share of the that are being borne on their behalf.
And Dr. I think great question. And right there in the middle of the slide, that another way of looking at that fair share is that additional $450 million of expected revenue that is coming. That's new revenue that we currently don't have. That's revenue that's generated from those additional sales. So that helps offset the majority of the costs. However, as you pointed out, there will be a need for general rate increases. And I think that going back to the planned reserve margin and the comment I made earlier, it's getting harder and more costly for us to maintain that reliability when we continue seeing these 500-year natural disasters happening to us pretty much every other year. It just gets expensive to.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good one. I'm assuming since these new plants sources will be able to operate long term, that the financing these projects will be long term as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I gather that minimizes the rate impacts.
Correct. Yeah, we are assuming these are fully debt financed over a 30-year life cycle.
It is going to be hard to justify or not justify to explain, I guess, to our ratepayers that again, what Craig brought up earlier is that the cost can't be in effect passed along to the new customers, if you will, I don't know. It just does seem strange that we can't pass this cost.
And we are passing these costs directly to the new customers. Once again, that's the $450 million of direct revenue.
But there's also impact on us as existing ratepayers as well.
Correct. And that is the plan reserve margin piece where we're saying it's for, let's assume the same home, the same residential home using energy the same exact way that they were using 5 years ago. It's gonna cost us more money to keep that residence with the same reliability and the same energy because we have now higher plan reserve margin requirements across the region. We need to have additional margin of spinning resources and available generation, available on call. And that's what creates that additional margin. Yep.
And we wouldn't, this isn't just residential, so this is across all customer classes. So some of that growth will be captured in, will be paying the higher rates because it's in the industrial and commercial class.
Okay. Any other questions about this slide in particular? Okay, other clarifying questions? Yeah.
Broadly, for anybody watching, the slides were not previously posted, but they will be posted at the end of this meeting roughly. Because we're talking about a lot of slides and people can see the ones on screen now, and they have not previously been posted, but they will be posted roughly at the end of today and should be available by tomorrow. Okay.
By this afternoon.
I'm not sure if anybody listening right now will have that question, but when they go looking, they will find them under the committee meeting tomorrow and following.
In
And then
two
also,
places, on oppd.com and then OPPD Community Connect.
great, thank you. 'Cause we keep saying slides, but they can only see the one that we're controlling now.
Good housekeeping, well done. Other clarification questions, colleagues?
So there was mention of potential resources at North Omaha Station, and diligent slide was 156. Can't remember what the number is here, somewhere in there. But I guess I just wanted to clarify, the only anticipated change is the potential addition of energy storage at North Omaha Station on top of the conversion of 4 and 5 from coal to gas and the decommissioning of 1, 2, and 3. But that is the only potential additional change at North Omaha Station is the potential for additional energy storage batteries, essentially.
That is correct. And there are some studies that we still need to make sure that it is feasible. But the idea here is as we retire North Omaha units 1, 2, and 3, we have that interconnection right now from the SPP into that station, into that location. And so the idea is to, in some way, replace that interconnection when we lose units 1, 2, and 3 with battery storage. Subject to studies, we still have to, there's a lot of work that needs to go on the actual location of the battery within the perimeter of the fence and all the engineering that has to go in there. So we're not making a formal announcement. This is exactly how it's going to be made, but that is the only change that we anticipate in the North Omaha Station. Above and beyond what we've already said about 2026 switching to from coal to natural gas.
And great, anything additional? Good, all right. So that leads to a follow-up question. Then we see several different types of resources, renewables, storage, dual fuel combustion turbine, and additional fuel oil capability. Do we have any comments about the way in which the specifics for those resources will be determined? I guess this is following on the question about what might be at North Omaha Station, which would just be the storage, but that there are the other potential resources.
Yeah, great summary on the only change in North Omaha. I would say on the balance of the resources, we have an idea of where these things may go, but we have a good bit of outstanding work that's primarily technical that needs to occur before we're able to share that. A great summary that we've talked in full around the North Omaha changes, and the only item there would be the intention to source the incremental storage.
While we're on this slide, I have a question. So Colton, on a few slides back, we saw that the small modular reactors were in the available technology bucket, but they don't show up here on the recommendation. Can you describe a bit about why they're not being selected?
Yeah, firstly, I'd say that we do a process to review all technology types where they're relevant to meeting the needs of the energy portfolio. So small modular reactors are one of those promising technologies that's under development nationally. We did include it in this analysis. We know there's a lot of development still underway on that technology type. Particularly when we modeled it, so we didn't have it available in the immediate near term because that technology is still being developed. The other attribute to it is the economics. You know, the resource is quite costly relative to alternatives at this point still. While we're hopeful for those costs to decline, it's likely it wasn't selected as part of this modeling due to both the significant cost premium of the technology and to its unavailability to meet this very near-term load growth that we're seeing.
However, since we're already talking about that, I am grateful, and I would like to say this in public. I am very grateful for the partnership with NPD, who is leading, and they have they're working with the state on this nuclear site selection. We are working with them. We are working on the work that they're leading. We are very much interested. We're cheering from the sidelines on many other states that are pursuing small modular reactor technology. I am excited about that personally, but for the reasons that Colton mentioned, it's not ready for us to consider deployment for this time being. But we will be working on these, and I want to thank all the legislators and others in the state that have been pushing for this, for us to keep our eye and our attention on this new technology that one day may end up being a very significant part of the solution.
So we have a need sooner than it's going to be available for us, but that doesn't mean that we won't consider it in the future as we continue to grow. So, thank you.
Question, other questions, other needs for clarification?
Not on this slide, on
First,
the 57 slide, but if
Yeah.
you want to finish this slide first, I'd like to go to slide 29, the environmental impact projections. That one. Yeah, I mean, it looks like that directionally, this plan would move us in the right direction, but we're still at 8 million tons of CO2. And there was a statement that 90%, greater than 90% of the new energy requirements will be renewable, but that doesn't seem to drop us below. Does that reflect the emissions, the 8 million tons? Does that mostly reflect Nebraska City then, or is that a combination of Nebraska City and the new gas generation?
I believe, or about O'Brien, it's Nebraska City is the remaining and additional gas assets going to that carbon.
But the majority of that is Nebraska City Station. So in this plan, we are not contemplating and we're not asking the board to make any decisions with regards to our Nebraska City Station. And that is where the bulk of those emissions would continue to come. There are, of course, natural gas generators that will contribute to that, but the majority of that will continue to be Nebraska City Station. I think this is a good opportunity for me to talk about the orange line, which is the carbon intensity. And I want to make sure that both the board and the public understand that it takes years for us to make big changes on generators, on baseload coal generators. And we will see one here coming up in 2026 with the refueling of North Omaha units 4 and 5. We saw another large one in the 2016 timeframe when we refueled North Omaha units 1, 2, and 3. We will likely see more reductions in big chunks, big drops of reductions in the future at some point when we decide to do something with the specific station. However, in the interim, it is important for my team to know what are we doing in the interim to continue on our path to achieve net zero carbon by 2050. And that comes in, from my perspective, in terms of carbon intensity, which is a measure where it shows us how much additional load we're adding to the system and what are the associated emissions compared to that additional load. So it adds proportionality to those emissions and it keeps our eye on the target. It's remarkable, of course, this is my opinion, it's remarkable that we're looking here at adding over a gigawatt of additional peak load, and we're not seeing an increase in carbon emissions. We're actually seeing a decrease. Still, 8 million tons would remain in 2032, But considering the additional load, the fact that we're not seeing that increase in emissions, it's remarkable in my opinion. And that's why we're trying to measure with carbon intensity.
So let me throw it on that for a moment. So bringing up a very brief conversation we had in closed session to light now, we talked a little bit about this and the fact that our current SD7 primary metric is our net zero carbon by 2050 goal, but it doesn't. Dating back 4 or 5 years, we had the CO2 per kilowatt hour number in there. We decided that for a moment that it was not needed, and I think if I could reflect on the conversation from this morning, there's an interest in examining whether or not it makes sense to pull that back in some way, shape, or form. So you're going to make that decision today. That's something for the systems committee to think about. But given the growth that we're experiencing and will continue to experience, it's probably a really important and helpful metric for us to keep an eye on. Okay.
Yep. So clarification here on the projections that we're seeing. What resource deployment is the projection here reflecting for the carbon emission and carbon intensity by 2032? There were ranges in all of the resources. We have which end of the ranges of there? I mean, 1,000 to 1,500, 600 to 950, 320?
This is reflective of the middle of range, middle of the ranges for resource deployment. And so I guess I would add one note, and that's on the carbon intensity. And so, a lot of these resources are going to take several years to deploy. And in terms of the intensity of our generation fleet, you see that decline in emissions intensity in the later years, as those resources, especially the large amount of renewables, are coming online and being integrated into the portfolio.
Yep. And I mean, the total emissions by 2027 aligned with SD7 for North Omaha Station. That checks out. Glad to see that. Appreciate the clarification on the expectation that leads to the overall emissions by the out years there. And I guess I would echo, and I have said in the past, I would appreciate additional discussion about SD7 and what we are anticipating from now until 2050. I think that would be good work for the systems committee to undertake so that as we get toward 2032 and as we go past 2032 toward 2050, we have some expectations of what do we think will be happening out there. Because again, if we were all to draw a graph of what we expect the emissions or carbon intensity to look like from now until 2050, I'm not sure if all those graphs would look the same. I think that would be informative so that we are all on the same page. So I appreciate you bringing that up, Director Moody, and I hope the systems committee will undertake that.
Okay, good discussion. Other questions?
Are we on the non-clarifying?
Yeah, let's just hop right in there. Actually, before you do that, one question that I had was PRM clearly is a key factor in driving this need. I mean, there's demand growth, but there's also the PRM on top of that. And we're forecasting based on what we're seeing in MISO and other places. And I know we're on a bunch of work groups, but could you give us a sense for your confidence level and what the PRM is going to be kind of over the course of these next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, so the PRM is developed by a study that SPP does every 2 years called the loss of load study. The next study will be completed at the end of this year and available in January of next year. So we will have better confidence on what the study is projecting from the results of that. Right now we can only sort of guess what that SPP modeling is going to produce. But around the summer requirement, I think the 16%, I think you could say plus 1% or so, potentially, in terms of the confidence of that. On the winter requirement, it's much less certain. SPP hasn't had a winter reserve requirement in the past. There's been initial studies that show everything from 20 to 30%. And so really a number of variables are going into the tool, and how you're counting up resources are going to impact what that specific number is going to be.
Okay, thank you.
And to explain here a little bit, and Colton, just forgive me, this is a non-technical explanation on the winter. Typically the winter peak occurs when it's dark, whether it's really early in the morning or late at night. You have very short days. And so our winter peak occurs typically when there's no sun. And so that's that's the main reason why solar resources get zero accreditation. It doesn't mean that solar doesn't produce. Solar will produce during the day. it just doesn't produce when we have that peak. So there's a zero in. Wind accreditation is low as well, because again, it depends on historic performance of wind. And this is where, to meet that extra accreditation and planned reserve margin on that peak part of the day in that winter season, having that additional dispatchable generation in the form of natural gas combustion turbines and dual fuel on existing generation becomes very important. It's really that piece in there, and you know, just during my short tenure here at Oppd as a CEO, we've well, even before I was CEO, we've had Winter Storm Uri in February of 2021, when we had to have planned outages. Last December, we were very close. Our Missouri River froze. We had to shut down a couple of units. So these events, these winter events, are continue to be more and more real. And that's one of the reasons why that conversation of planned reserve margin in the winter is incredibly important, and that all eyes will be on SPP as those determinations are made.
Yeah, one thing I will add that's also useful is there's uncertainty around the magnitude of the requirement. There's also uncertainty of how quickly it's going to be implemented by the region and policy development. So that's a risk and uncertainty that we have as well. In this modeling, we have it coming on a little bit later because the policy is uncertain, but it could be accelerated depending on how that policy conversation materializes.
Craig,
Yes.
so just to pile on that a little bit, when SPP changes these requirements, do they also fund some of the implementation of these requirements in the form of, you know, subsidies for the utilities, or is there any way that they help us with implementation of these new requirements? I mean, it's just,
So SPP is a member-driven organization. We are SPP.
okay,
So we provide our own subsidies, so to speak. So it's really all the utilities that form SPP that are making these decisions. It's the SPP board. They have an independent board, and they have state regulators. In fact, our Nebraska Power Review Board is represented in that. It's all of these decision makers are making these decisions for the benefit of the region. It's a nonprofit organization, so there's really not what they can provide in terms of relief, and I think that's what Colton was alluding to, is time. Right? Instead of requiring us to go from 0 to 20 like these, is there a period that they will allow us to ramp up? But that's yet to be seen.
so it's not like the interconnection where they would pay for part of the transmission. If they determine that it's necessary, they would fund part of the transmission. Whereas in this scenario, there's no relief for that.
There's no release.
There's no socialization.
And the socialization, really quick, and that's an important piece. We talked about earlier on the Cast to Gretna line. We are paying for 100% of the construction, but we will get 95% of it paid for by other utilities members of SPP, right? SPP is a conduit, but it's everybody else pays their fair share because everybody else is going to benefit from that line. Conversely, we are also paying other utilities for transmission lines that they have in their own service territory that we get benefit from on a system-wide thing.
Including the R line, right?
Well, eventually, when the R line is built, that could be.
I would just offer that a lot of this conversation has been about preparedness and where the future is going. And when the Regional State Committee changed the PRM from 12 to 15%, they did it like Colton described. They did it quickly, effective next year. A week or two ago, there was a piece of that filing for FERC that had a process that said if utilities can't get there, I'm going to generally summarize it. If they can't get there, there may be options for relief,
Okay.
for allowing them to get there over time. And FERC said, no.
Hmm.
So when we talk about the PRM increase and the speed in which it can concur and its relative significance within the compliance space, we need to be strong here. And we probably need to look at the world through the lens of there's going to be not a lot of folks helping us. And there may be more folks in a similar situation to us, depending on their ability to move and execute. Is that, okay? I got a thumbs up if you're remote and you didn't see it.
So actually, that segues to a question that I had. Aaron, it's on slide 17, resource plan step 3. And my eyes were drawn to the bullet, strategy must account for the near-term feasibility of designing, constructing, and interconnecting new resources. As a sub-bullet, that feels pretty important. Sorry, maybe the next one before or after that. There it is. So that child bullet under the first one. So I guess I'm just interested in, I mean, how do we take into account the challenges that we've had, which leads towards this idea of feasibility with deploying solar? I mean, I don't need specifics, but I'm just kind of curious about the way in which we've incorporated feasibility into the model.
Colton, I'd welcome you in, but as an example, if a utility was ready to go and had a stable supply chain, you could erect a combustion turbine facility in about 4 years, plus or minus. Now what we see with the queue and the supply chain is it's more like 6+. And so when we've put the load profile into the analysis, we've told it, you can't pick this until then. And so we've looked at it more critically from a feasibility perspective. The other thing we've done as it relates to renewables that are not Oppd owned is we've looked at the queue positions, kind of where they're at and the stage that they're at. So if you don't have a GIA, you don't have local zoning, you don't have a conditional use permit, we're gonna discount you pretty heavily.
For the public, GIA, generation interconnection authorization.
Yeah. And if you do, we're gonna boo you a little bit. We're gonna lift you up and we're gonna look at you more critically like you're even more feasible. So I think it was things like that we tried to do. We went through it.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I have a tag onto this, I think. So as you mentioned, as we started our conversation with Power with Purpose, we've had difficulty bringing solar on to our system for a variety of reasons. This resolution provides the district with the flexibility to pursue wind and or solar. How confident are we that we'll be able to execute the 1,000 to 1,500 megawatts during this 9-year timeline?
That's a great question. I cannot give you a specific percent of confidence. It will be hard. It will be really hard. And I will take this opportunity in the public to, I've had many conversations with local officials, planning commissions, county commissions. And essentially every time I go back and I talk with them, the sense of urgency increases exponentially. This is one where we need, myself and my team and others will have to come in and deliver this message of urgency. If we want to continue growing as a state, if we want this state to continue to be prosperous and growing, we're gonna need the help of everyone, every community. And dispel the myth that I have actually gotten feedback from. Hey, this is just a cute project, a nice project to have. Why do you keep pushing on it? And the answer is this is a necessary project. All of these projects are necessary for us to maintain reliable, affordable, environmentally sensitive energy. They are essential. we need, a lot of these projects, we needed them yesterday. And we haven't even put it around. So back to your question, it's gonna be a challenge. I am relatively confident in my team's ability to source. Once we get a project going, once we get all the permissions from local jurisdictions on land use, once we get past the queue positions and the generation interconnection delays, I am reasonably confident about our team's ability to execute projects. Now, they won't be without hiccups. We will have, as we are having today, issues with contractors when we go in and start digging land with leveling land and conditions, et cetera. But that we are good at doing that. It's the unknowns and where when we really need the community at all levels, from the governor down to the legislature, to county commissioners, to city council members, to understand the urgency that we have and that we need all of us, all 13 counties in Southeast Nebraska to row on the same direction. We cannot afford to continue to row in different directions. Time is running out. If we want the state to continue to grow, we need all of us to work together.
Okay, thanks. On the other side of this, like at year 2032, do you feel like the system's in a better place than it is today? And if so, what benefits will our customer owners enjoy because of this project?
Yes. So the idea in 2032, we're solving for resource adequacy. In 2032, all things being equal, we will have a lot more resource adequacy. We'll have higher plant reserve margins. We'll have more resources to draw from. We will have more substations, more transmission lines that will add layers and layers of risk mitigation against natural weather events, against equipment failures. So all of those things will improve reliability. Will we continue to see outages? Yes. We live in Nebraska and we'll continue to have storms and outages. But what we're trying to prevent here, and thank you for the question, but what we're trying to prevent here are system-wide blackouts. Now, I never want to get into the point where we can say, remember a few years ago, we had a system-wide blackout, now you won't have it again. So from the customer's perspective, they may not notice the difference. But in terms of making a system more robust and reducing the probability of having a system-wide blackout, that's where the benefit comes in here. It will be hard, again, to demonstrate, because we never want to be in that position of comparing when we had blackouts, we don't. But I think that's having margin will be incredibly important.
Thank you.
How soon will our time of day metering be up and running? And when that happens, how big of an impact will that have as far as, the peak shaving?
Oh, that's a fantastic question, Director Kavanagh. So just as a recap, our current meter infrastructure is coming to the end of life, depending on the meter. Some of it is already past its life. We are actively working on a whole ecosystem of systems that will replace our existing metering technology with advanced metering infrastructure. That means that we will have a lot more communication with every single meter, two-way communication, and that will open up a lot of opportunities for us to communicate and to have different products and services, programs where we can work with our customer owners. Going back to the point I made a few minutes ago, this is an all hands on deck moment for us. This is where we will have a lot more opportunities for us to work with customer owners to help us shave off or reduce their energy consumption during peak times. And we will have a technical way for us to work with customers and really hone in exactly how we need customers to help us and how we can compensate customers for participating in those programs. Today, we have a little bit of that under our thermostat programs, and that I don't want to minimize that. That provides a lot of help. But with this new technology of AMI, the suite of products and offerings will expand significantly.
Is it too early to give any kind of estimate?
So we are We're planning deployment in 2026, 2027. There will be some pilots done in 2025, 2024. We are already selecting vendors for different systems as we speak. Getting all the data governance in place, all the information technology systems in place. But my guess it will be in the 2026 timeframe when you will see the big deployment of meters.
Okay, thank you.
Great question. Other questions? Yes, Director Spurgeon.
The growth load is estimated to be upwards of 100 megawatts per year. I wonder if someone could put that in concrete terms. How many homes is that? Hospitals, schools, small commercial, that sort of thing, because it's a little unspecific for those of us who aren't electrical engineers. So I'd appreciate anything that could be added.
Director Spurgeon, thank you for the question. I'm not sure I can give, I am certain I can't give an engineering response or a direct correlation. So there may be folks in the room that can do that. But I would indicate that I highlighted earlier some of the growth we've seen over the last 10-year period in terms of commercial expansion. Housing starts are about double where they were 10 years ago. Housing lots are about double, a little over double where they were 10 years ago. And we're seeing tremendous expansion across all facets. So we're seeing retail expansion, medical center expansion, school expansion, municipal projects. So it's all of those combined, and there are large industrial, manufacturing, biotech firms, and data center growth that's wrapped up in there as well. I don't know if I can correlate it.
Just a couple I just confirmed with, I phoned a friend.
Okay.
So 100 megawatts a year, it's equivalent to the electric demand that 65 new high schools would consume. Between now and the end of the decade, the growth that we're seeing, and this is just the growth that we have now. Tim McRavy talked about additional projects that are coming up and that we haven't even factored into the current projections. Just between now and the end of the decade, it's the growth we're seeing is equivalent to adding 4 times the city of Bellevue. So that's another reference point of the magnitude. What 100 megawatts.
That's roughly 4% a year, my math is correct, right?
Yeah, 4.5%. Yeah.
Director. So my question, this is not our first time seeing these slides, so I'm very comfortable with them. And I think it's probably the first time for the public, but so they'll also have a lot to digest. I think my question relates more to the board's oversight role and making sure that there's a regular cadence with the board in terms of progress on this, because we've talked about how we've run into so many barriers with previous projects. We know that we've had to pivot a lot. I don't want to every couple of years be like, and now we're going to have a new big project, right? Or a new big issue like this. We know that there have been some factors that have brought us to this point in time. But what does, and this is more for Javier, what does a cadence look like with the board in terms of ensuring our oversight? Because we have the power with purpose of all committees every month. Does this replace that? Does it augment it? Do they go together, or what is your vision for that?
I think these augments, we're gonna, with Lisa's blessing, I think we're gonna move away eventually from the term power with purpose. Not that we don't have purpose, all of this is purposeful, but it's just a suite of projects. So in my mind, it would augment the reporting that we give back to the board on progress we're making, barriers we're encountering as we deploy these projects. But there's another very important element here from an accountability and governance perspective, and that is our integrated resource plan. Our IRP, we just finished one about a year ago. And if you remember, we do an integrated resource plan every 5 years per a requirement with the Western Area Power Administration. We've said many times in the past that we typically do that every 5 years unless there are significant changes in the interim years that will require us to run more. Well, what we're seeing here clearly, that 100 megawatts per year and this gigantic load growth is a significant change that was not necessarily included in the IRP. We planned for some of that load growth, but that is certainly happening. So that is yet another mechanism, and I need to talk to Brad Underwood and his team on when it's time for us to update. But my guess is that the work that we're doing here will serve us well to update that integrated resource plan. If we continue to have that 4-year execution window, as Brad alluded to, that we used to have, chances are a lot of the new resources you have in the recommendation today would come as part of an updated IRP. And eventually in the next few years, we would come back for approval of resources. That's how we would have kept you updated. And eventually we get to the approval of resources. Because getting out these resources online doesn't only take 4 years. Now we're talking 6, 7, or sometimes 8 years. That's the reason why we're coming in so much earlier with a request for the authorization. But those are the two mechanisms: continue to augment what we're doing today with Power with Purpose, and then revisit our integrated resource plan to continue to reflect what we're seeing, big changes. It's no longer business as usual. It's no longer little load growth. It's a very significant.
For clarity, you anticipate that updates on this near-term resource issue will place Power with Purpose in our all committee updates? If I were a member of the public and I wanted to know when I would get an update on how things were going, I would know that I would see it once a month at the all committee.
That is correct. That is correct. Now, just bear in mind that a lot of these projects won't have anything substantive to be reported on for a while. We're going to be in planning. Some of the things that we will be able to report will have to be reported in closed session, because we'll likely be talking about RFPs and prices and sourcing strategies, but you will get those reports. The public may not, depending on the sensitivity, but at some point, once the projects are public and we start working on them, yes, it will augment the reporting that we have today.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Great question. Yes.
Now, following on the comments about accountability, I am a very strong supporter of public power, and I think I've commented before that as directors, I view us as having 3 roles, or as elected officials with people in our subdistricts. The director providing oversight and accountability on operations, regulator for rates, and customer advocate for people who live in our service territory. And that last category, we have spent a lot of months and in closed session hearing a lot of information that is now public today. So I think we're doing a good job of representing the people who are not able to be in those rooms. We talked a little bit about the rate impacts. On that idea of oversight and accountability on operations, I am very interested in how we provide accountability on behalf of the people in our districts for delivering on the results here. And I think that is generally carried out through the monitoring reports. And SD7 has the specific emissions bullet for North Omaha Station, but not any more details. So we did talk about the potential for considering updates there. I guess I just want to make sure that we're clear on how we will continue to provide accountability on delivering the various types of resources in the plan. And because while we have augmented things relative to past resource planning approvals, when we now tell the people that we represent, staff has provided us both public information and information in private. We are asking you to trust us in making this decision. How do we carry forward that accountability? And my understanding is broadly that it is during the monitoring reports for the strategic directives and during the executive compensation reviews annually. So I guess I just wanted to find out if others had any thoughts about the way in which we review something large, $2+ billion, and then our responsibility to make sure that we are following through. We are working with executives and staff to follow through on the promise we've made to our customers. Do we have any additional thoughts on how we provide that accountability? I think, Sarah, I appreciate your comments on that. Monitoring reports and executive compensation are the ways in which we do that. Anybody have any additional thoughts? This is an area that is, again, particularly important to me, that when we say that we are going to do X type of resource deployment, how do we know that that is what we are, how do people know that that is what we will see happen over the next several years? I know this is something like, an open-ended existential type question, but I guess I just want to encourage directors that that is something I anticipate people asking of how will we know when, because this does not have location-specific information, nor does it have timeline-specific information. This is quite open-ended. And so, is the answer there that strategic directive review and executive compensation are the mechanisms of board oversight on delivering what is listed in a large approval like this?
I think it's a yes and. I mean, yes, strategic directives in the same way that you all did a nice job of reflecting on the impact to SDs here. That's to me, I've always said that that's the most critical work that we need to do as a board is get those right. And then that really kind of tells you and the rest of the team how to execute, or not how to execute, but where to execute towards. But I think to Sarah's question, having sort of a regular cadence of understanding how we're coming along and sort of what the status is. Those are, to me, the places where we don't want to wait for an annual SD to kind of be surprised by it. That wouldn't happen. But I think in these kind of regular check-ins where you're providing at least some sense for how's it coming? Are we on track? Are there risks? I mean, you all do a wonderful job managing projects as it is. This is a massive project with a bunch of little projects in it. But I have to think that that's maybe doesn't have sort of a really clear line of we either, it's not red or green, there's some yellow in there, I suppose. But that to me is where I would be looking for some clarity around, are we on track or not? And I'll just add that, yeah, there's, to your point, there's not clarity around when it will happen. It's not clarity around where it will happen. And that's exactly as it needs to be. Because the minute we add that clarity in a resolution like this, we're going to have to change it in 6 months or a year. We'll constantly be revisiting it. So I think that sort of flexibility is essential, which to your point creates the challenge with how do we know if we're on track? But I guess that's where I trust you to tell us if we're on track or not and give us the information that we need to kind of make that to ascertain whether or not from a board's perspective.
And as you pointed out, and I wouldn't necessarily call it executive compensation, it's CEO performance review.
I'm sorry. Thank you.
That's a performance that I want, and I am accountable to the board for performing on all this, delivering all the strategic directives, mission and vision, and on specifics of this project. Now, you will be the judges. I will provide updates and headwinds and tailwinds that we will face in the future, and then the board will hold me accountable, and you will make decisions about my performance and therefore the performance of the team. So I fully appreciate that, and that the board has asked us, and if the board approves these next month, you're authorizing us to go forward and execute the largest portfolio project this organization has ever seen. And I don't take that lightly. That's a very very tall order. And so we're gonna have, and we've already been talking about resources we're gonna need to deploy these, friends we need to call, partnerships we need to build so that we can deliver on these commitments. But ultimately, all of that boils down to our performance, my performance as CEO to the board, and then the executive team performance to me. So.
Yes, Director Core.
So even as simply as Director Howard was talking about the Power with Purpose update monthly, could there maybe for the resource plan step 5 be a monthly update that just like a very quick touch on how we're progressing towards each one of those categories and the capacity of each one of those? I mean, without me saying like, hey, do this please, but does that fit well within? I feel like that gives a little bit of black and white to something that isn't, but.
Well, and to your point, up to this point, that piece has been relatively easy because we already have 600 megawatts of natural gas under contract. And it's been relatively easy because we can talk about the remaining 519 megawatts of solar. We haven't really focused. We haven't had that table talking about what's left. But now with these, if this resolution is approved by the board, now we will have even more categories and even more projects to keep track of. So that I can see that being part of the standing reporting out on how are we progressing towards these big goal, percentage wise, project wise, how are we gonna split projects? We may have many 50-megawatt projects or one very large 300-megawatt project. How are we looking at the execution of all of these projects?
And to you, you didn't have the benefit of having all of the updates leading up to signing contracts. So we had several closed sessions where they gave us an update on site selection and even how contract negotiations were going and things like that. So I think the framework that we've used for Power with Purpose is a reasonable.
Yes.
I don't really have a question, but I have a comment on resource plan step 4. And I think this is important for the public and especially counties and other entities that need to hear this, is that new renewable generation is required to supply the needs while maintaining the low system costs. We can build more gas, but it's expensive, or it's more expensive, not least cost. And the fuel prices are volatile. And so we need that new renewable generation to counter the costs of thermal generation. So if there's one takeaway from this slide, it's that it's a both and. And we can't just skip all the renewables and go straight to the gas, because that's the most expensive. And then we'll be on the higher end of the rate increases. And we'll have to account for more fuel and for more emissions as we're deploying those. So without the new renewable generation, everything else kind of crumbles a little bit around the edges. So appreciate that statement there. And I think focusing on that is important, and making sure that people that we have to collaborate with in our communities, in our counties, in our cities, understand that it's both and it's not just one. So I just wanted to make that
Yeah,
point,
think
because I appreciated that first bullet there and wanted to kind of double down on it.
That's a really great comment, Aaron. If you go back 2 slides, I'll piggyback on that to underscore the Inflation Reduction Act. I know we kind of asked around the edges around this question earlier, and I don't need an answer, but if that goes away, again, it creates significant challenges for us from a cost perspective on a lot of these things we're talking about. So similar point, which is, as we talk about the importance of that legislation and how it's going to positively affect our customer owners, that's a lot of the behind the scenes conversations that we're having with others around the importance of that policy.
If that act were to go away, it wouldn't necessarily take away all of the benefits, because we're assuming that there will be still tax credits that would be taken advantage by private developers, and we would now flip from 50% PPAs to potentially 100% PPAs. What the IRA does, it levels the playing field. We can access the same type of cost reduction mechanisms for a public entity like ours, and we can deploy other strategies that we have in terms of owning and operating. So it would take away flexibility for sure.
Sure.
But not everything would be gone.
Fair enough. Colleagues, additional comments and questions?
I'll just say that I really appreciate all the modeling, all the planning, all the pouring in of information, and have we got everything that's important? Are we considering everything that has gone into developing this presentation for us? And that's, and considering how we can solve this near-term resources problems. I think it's just pretty phenomenal. I really appreciate the thoroughness on everyone's part in doing that, because you have been very thorough from everything that I can see. Thank you.
Mary.
Yeah, I would like to echo that. I know that we have spent a lot of time in both closed and open session over the last several months talking about this, but for members of the public, this is mostly their first time for seeing some of these specifics. and the amount of work that has gone into it, Javier, executives, all of staff, I appreciate everything that you have done to get us here. I believe that this is what's necessary for our utility to continue to be successful for customer owners across our service territory. So thank you to everybody who has helped us to get to the solution, the recommendation that we are considering now, because yeah, it is an unbelievable amount of work by hundreds/thousands of people in the organization. So again, thank you for everything that has brought us to this time when we have presented it to the public for their first view of the details.
Echo that. And execution is arguably harder, right? So like this is teeing us up for a heck of a lot of fun work for the next decade. Aaron, if you could go to the next step slide, I guess the last thing that I'll ask then is maybe kind of a comment to the public, which is to say, you know, we as a board are being asked to approve this path forward. And help me here around kind of what we're going to see from a resolution standpoint, and maybe one of the points that I want to make to the public in particular is this is not a time for the board to start to negotiate and say, could we add 200 here and maybe decrease this one down 50? Like we've got a plan. Plan is built on, as you pointed out, mountains and mountains of work to get us to where we are today. So question then from a resolution standpoint, could you give us any clarity for the nature of it, what we're going to see, when we'll see it?
So we waited, we've been working on a draft resolution. It's been going around all the subject matter experts. We purposely wanted to wait until today to get your feedback, to get any last minute feedback and changes, et cetera. Very shortly, in the next day or two, we will share that draft resolution with the board for you to review, and we will also send out a method by which we would like to receive comments. We have about a month before the June board meeting. I can tell you it's going to be relatively straightforward. And the reason for that is my understanding, we are benefiting from all these framework of resolutions and strategic directives that we've spent so much time and care drafting, that this resolution really fits nicely within that suite of governing documents. We will ask for flexibility. You mentioned earlier about we're not going to put in specific locations, specific dates. We're asking for the term renewable or wind or solar on a portion of these. So all of that is going to have to be reviewed and make sure that the board is comfortable. Basically, what we're trying to do is that so that the resolution portrays the message that we shared with you today. Our commitment to continue with our North Omaha conversion plans, and the only potential new addition or change in that plan being the battery storage in Omaha. So I want to make sure that the board feels comfortable with that. I'm looking at Scott Foch. I'm guessing in the next couple of days we will have that ready, and we'll send it out.
To that point, we have said a couple times, and I would appreciate language that does highlight that the only anticipated change in North Omaha would be the potential addition of storage. I hope that is included specifically in writing in the resolution. And I've had other conversations about this, so I appreciate that being included, unless that is not in alignment with what we have discussed. We have
no, it is aligned. I think when you see staff doing this, is remember a lot of this work is pending many different engineering studies that still need to happen. So with those caveats, we can put that in the resolution. Say our intention is these, but something could come out of the study that says we can't put 125 megawatts in. It has to be less than that.
Sure. Not suggesting a minimum of the storage, but just that storage would be the only type of resource that we anticipate in North Omaha.
Yep.
I think that would provide additional confidence based on the ongoing discussion that we've had with people in the community.
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, come.
My question is we're having comments now. How do we also incorporate those comments into the resolution? I mean, what's your strategy for listening and evaluating those comments? It's because if the public thinks that this has already been done, we're writing the resolution, and then we're gonna vote on it. We're taking comments, but how do we make sure that people know that their comments are heard and evaluated, that we're listening?
So, real quick, no different than how we did, for example, when we had the North Omaha Extension Resolution. We collect comments through OPPD Community Connect, through direct board contact, through phone calls, through social media, inquiries, and we will, my guess is we will provide reports on a weekly or semi-weekly basis to the board. Hey, this is what we're hearing. And that will help you then continue to provide that feedback to us. I do not expect us as staff unilaterally taking those comments and making changes to the resolution. I think this is one where we feed those comments to you, board members, and then you use those to help shape your suggestions. Brad, anything, or Lisa?
It will be informed, right? You would get weekly updates of all the comments. It will also help us with FAQs, because if, constituents have questions, there's going to be other ones that are going to have those concerns as well. So just wanted to let you know that we will be listening. It's probably going to be more of the questions that people have.
I think I'm really connecting with both of the comments, and I just maybe remind folks, even going back to Power with Purpose, where you had this idea of, some capacity and energy coming from renewables, and you had the firming from the natural gas for when the renewables aren't there. And so even going back to that time frame, we've had 4 or 5 years of conversation around this. We haven't had a material breakthrough in technology where a gas plant, makes a large jump in efficiency, or the nuclear cost decline. In fact, the high side of the UAMPS project is more than the Apex 1000 units that just went in at Pier Line. It's the last utility scale nuclear that's built. So I think in absence of those wholesale changes to the way we're looking at solving these problems, there's a lot of comfort in knowing that all the interactions from the decarb workshops, all the outreach mechanisms that Ms. Olson and her folks have set up for us, still really valid. No real material changes in the tools that are available to us to build the system that our customers need and want. So I think there's a lot of that in this, and if that's true, it does simplify things a bit for us, in a sense that you haven't had a lot of changes, you've got the same kind of challenges, and so more of what we've been doing is, I think, a very reasonable and intuitive thing to do absent those things.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks to the team. Any last comments, questions before we wrap?
So, sorry.
Okay, I think we're done now.
Okay, yeah. So this will not be, I guess, well, we're moving on to the next thing. I'll clarify it right here. Other business, confirmation of board meeting agenda. I'm sorry.
No, that was a yawn. I'm so
Who of us jumped in front of you? I apologize. Okay, other business, confirmation of board meeting agenda. Don't mean to make you sad about that, Sarah. Board meeting agenda. So what I wanted to clarify was that there is not any specific action item nor any discussion plan for the board meeting agenda about everything we have just discussed for the near-term generation recommendation. So a reminder to everyone here and to anyone online that's not planned for Thursday. So with that in mind, does anyone have comments about any of the items that are listed on the consent action item list and a desire to see that move to a discussion item list for Thursday? Everyone good? Okay. Hearing no changes there, I think we have the board meeting agenda ready for Thursday. Next, we have the review of the board work plan.
No changes from last month. We continue. I understand Director Bogner and got both and have continued to work on. We're making progress on designing the board workshop we'll have in August, and then for the training plan. That's the only outstanding item.
Nothing, public information, finance, systems, all good? Okay, sounds good. Then I think we've got board work plan. We do have an update only item today about Power with Purpose. Right, it's got your name, or are you passing it to someone else?
I am passing. So
Good
we
move.
should have Megan online, and then I believe Scott will give an update. Megan will give an update on the Power of Purpose assets. Scott will give an update on the North Omaha.
So Megan Walker, project manager extraordinaire.
Thanks. Good afternoon. Next slide, please. I'll jump right in. Okay, at our Standing Bear Lake site, our site progress is approximately 54%. Just walk you through some of our recent activities. Over on the right-hand side, you'll see two pictures of our substation area at Standing Bear Lake. A lot of focus around there is installation of horizontal buses. Additionally, they are preparing the ground in that area for installation of yard rock. On the generation side of things, some exciting news this week. A lot of focus has been on preparing the engine hall as well as an on-site heavy haul road to move our 9 generators and 9 Wardzilla engines into the engine hall. If you look at the bottom left picture, that is the south end of the engine hall kind of looking north with the obviously the south wall removed. And starting last Friday, they have since moved in all 9 generators into the engine hall. They kind of go on the right-hand side there. And then as of this morning, they had 1 engine installed already and a second one that is being moved on site. So that's an evolution that is being led by Wardzilla and their heavy hauler, with obviously site coordination with our EPC vendor, engineer, procure, construct vendor, and that will take place over several weeks here. But significant progress is being seen here at the site. Obviously, with the nicer weather too, you're starting to see more above ground structures than maybe if you haven't previously. If you go to the next slide, we'll have a aerial shot of the site. Yep, this is Standing Bear Lake in the end of the April timeframe. If you were standing at Military Road, kind of from an aerial perspective and looking south at the site, the substations on the left-hand side and the generations on the right-hand side. You can see our engine hall and administrative building, radiators, and then all those blue structures blue items that are kind of in the forefront. Those are the generators and engines that have been moving into the engine hall here over the next couple weeks. Next slide. All right, at our Turtle Creek station, progress is just under 53%. In the upper right-hand picture, you'll see installation in our substation yards, including jumpers, current and power transformers is going on. They're also preparing to erect fencing around the site, specifically around that substation area. Other major activities in our generation side of things, if you look at our bottom left picture, you kind of get a good picture of Unit 1 and kind of the lineup there. Kind of starting from the right-hand side, you'll see the inlet, and then it moves into our gas turbine, the exhaust, and then starting part of the stack building up. In the middle bottom section picture, you'll see construction and erection of the stack at the site, and that is ongoing. And then on the right-hand side bottom, you'll see some cable trays and supports that are being installed for some of the electrical package that support each of the units. So again, a lot of great activity here. The weather has been supportive of good site progress and a lot of above ground structure activity. If you go to the next slide, we'll see an aerial shot of the site. This is again taken in late April. This would be if you're standing at the south portion of the site looking north. Kind of up top, near the top, you'll see our substation that's being built. The lower part, closer to you, is the 2 units, the gas turbines and the generators. And then over on the right-hand side, you'll see our administrative building and other structures that are being erected at the site. I'll just pause before I give an update on solar to see if there's any specific questions on Standing Bear Lake or Turtle Creek Station projects.
And Megan, before you move on the transmission side, right here at Turtle Creek Station, I had the chance to visit the site. The last day we had crews putting in spacers on the line. It was remarkable to see the end of a very long project of the South Sarpy transmission line project that ends at Turtle Creek Station. So not only are we making progress on the generation side of things and the switch yard as Megan discussed, but it's all the wires that will eventually connect these stations to the grid. That project took a couple of years to be completed, and it's done. It's just waiting to be energized.
So the updates that we received are specific to the construction activities on site, and I'm assuming that if there is any change or update related to the generation interconnection agreements, we would receive that. So is that correct? That's the correct assumption that, okay.
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Okay. So yeah, I appreciate that. If there is any need for an update there, that be included, but hearing none, we'll assume that no change in status from our discussions with SPP about the interconnection agreements. Thanks.
Understood. Okay, no other questions on those. Yep, moving into solar. One more slide, please. Okay, for Platteview Solar, a significant progress and an advancement on their OPPD substation, looking at approximately 50 or 75% complete there. From an AES perspective, we're at 33%. Really, a lot of the focus currently with the Platteview Solar project is mobilization by the vendors and preparing the civil site work, a lot of preliminary grading at the site, and setup of fencing, lay down yards, construction trailers, etc., to support the future erection at the site. We are anticipating some equipment delivery in the second quarter of 2023, and we do have ongoing communications with our sound encounters leadership. And as of course, we always do have updates on our oppdcommunityconnect.com. There's dedicated pages to all three of these Power with Purpose projects too. So that is another good source if there's interest there as far as FAQs or if there's questions that want to be asked. If we go to the one more slide, we just have some pictures at the site. You kind of see a lot of grading, and you'll see grading equipment out at the site, as well as some fencing construction that's going up to support mobilization and future activity at the site, including lay down yard and equipment deliveries. So I'll just pause to see if there's any questions on the solar project.
Overall question, we've got a timeline on the previous slide. Are we still on schedule for the anticipated commissioning date next 24? What is it? Quarter one, 24?
Yeah, I believe it is still May 2024. Please correct me if I'm incorrect there for those that are in the room.
Still working towards that. I agree with Megan. Yep.
Thanks, Brad.
And these, not unlike the other projects, issues with the contractor, the vendor, quality of structures. We're getting down into the specific contract language, replacing one type of infrastructure with a different one. All of those things are happening all across Turtle Creek, Standing Bear Lake Station, Platteview Solar. So our contracting team, we're keeping them very busy, as well as Mr. Bruckner, Mr. Myerson from Fraser Stryker. They've been doing a fantastic work helping us move that. But it's, just like with any large project, we have hiccups and bumps along the process.
Do we already have the interconnection for this approved?
No, so this will be just like Turtle Creek Station and Standing Bear Lake Station, it will be on an interim basis. But yeah, all three have continued to move forward. This one has less concerns, but we still don't have the final interconnection.
Okay, any other questions? All right, if not, I'll turn it over to Scott Edom for our North Omaha conversion project update.
Hey, thanks, Megan. Hi, good afternoon. Scott Edom, the Director of Engineering Services for Utility Operations. Thanks for the opportunity to provide you an update on the great work and progress for the North Omaha Station part of Power with Purpose. So this will be a high-level conversion update on project milestones. We won't get into the extension project status, so this is just the major conversion projects. The team has done an excellent job of continuing progress on those conversion projects, considering the ambiguity involved, since we don't know exactly when the conversion outage is going to occur, based upon the Standing Bear Lake and Turtle Creek Station generator interconnection approval, as previously discussed, as well as several other conversion project related risks, as Troy alluded to earlier. So on the graphic behind me, a few color codes in the major projects. The gray one is the intake structure traveling screens. So North Omaha Station does draw in river water to condense steam as part of the power generation cycle. The Clean Water Act has been put in place to lessen the impact of that water intake to aquatic species. Traveling screens, they filter the water and prevent river debris from entering plant systems. We're going to upgrade those traveling screens to ensure operational flexibility and regulatory compliance with the Clean Water Act to allow North Omaha Station Units 4 and 5 to operate through both our extension period ongoing right now and post-fuel conversion. We convert those units to natural gas. The board recalls you did approve and authorize us to move forward with this project in December of 2022. Recent updates include suppliers have submitted their bids at the end of March, and our review is in progress. The schedule is being refined for equipment lead times as part of that bid review and could change our preliminary completion schedule, which is slated for end of 2024. And based upon those lead times, that could shift forward a little bit. Our permit which was issued April 1st of this year, outlines the Oppd plan for that regulation compliance, or when we have to upgrade the screens. And January 1st of 2026 is the required completion date. So based upon what we are planning, we'll have about a year of margin there. For North Omaha Unit 5, the burner upgrade is shown in red across the top. To refresh, these burner upgrades are required to utilize the full generation capacity of Unit 5. What we're planning on as part of that Power with Purpose project after conversion to natural gas, and are the longest lead time components required for the conversion of Unit 5. Coupled with the eventual installation, it's the highest priority project to support the fuel conversion to natural gas. The contract for the burners were awarded in September of 2022. We do have excellent progress being made, and we are on track for that material delivery. So the actual burners will be delivered to the site by November of 2023, which was the original date prior to the extension of the station. So we are on track to get those very long lead components at the site so we can do them. Some of the other install them when ready. Some of the other items listed, the burner support contracts. So those are controls as well as a balance of plant. So we'll start awarding those later in 2023. And then the rest of the plant design will be completed in mid-2024. Again, waiting to implement when we start the conversion outage, which that date is to be determined. The yellow activities highlighted are for the North Omaha ash landfill closure. The ash landfill at the site will be closed and capped to meet regulatory requirements. We are on track to commence closure activities later this summer and complete that by the end of the year. The electric aux boiler is indicated in orange. That, again, to level set, we need to provide heat to the station when the units will be in outage. So like in the winter when we don't expect units 4 and 5 to run on natural gas, to protect the systems from freeze damage. We did award the engineer procure construct contract at the end of May of 2022. We have made great progress on the mechanical interconnection work at the site, but we have experienced some supply chain challenges, major components like the power supply transformers, as Troy alluded to earlier, which have challenged the original schedules. But I will note that if project is delayed, that will not impact a conversion schedule. due to the available backup methods that we have to provide heat to the station. So by design, this project, we did take a nod towards the decarbonization objective to install the electric off spoiler, if you recall. We do have two primary backup methods that we can utilize. That is natural gas in the existing boilers, as well as a rental boiler that we could to provide heat. So we are still progressing with this. We'll work through the execution challenges and the risks. But again, if this does get extremely delayed, it will not impact or hold up the conversion outage. So that's basically my summary, that barring any unforeseen project risks, the station will be ready for conversion when all the complex variables that we've discussed in effect allow that. So are there any questions or additional detail needed?
Yep, you mentioned the ash landfill closure. It looks like the end of 2023. Can you elaborate on continued operations after the ash landfill is closed?
Yes, so we do have contracts in place to, you're asking for what we're gonna do with the ash post? Yeah.
Yes.
We do have contracts in place to haul that off-site to the Douglas County landfill, so that's been in place just recently. We are also going to establish 2 different ash storage buildings on site. As the board may know, that the fly ash is saleable for other beneficial use. So we will have 2 storage buildings to allow for a contingency of storage in case that haul to the offsite landfill is disrupted, but also to retain it to allow a ready volume to sell as we do right now.
And storage in a facility preparing for sale is in compliance with our permit?
Correct. We'll be walking through all that. We'll have the 2 buildings on the site.
Great, thanks. And I think we've received public comments and I have asked for specific details on the North Omaha conversion in the past. So thank you for providing this high level oversight. I appreciate this and I'm glad to have the transparency on letting everybody know where we are on this important project. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, Ed, thank you.
Great. Get my sheet out. We will reconvene in closed session this afternoon to discuss the 2023 Executive Compensation Study. Dr. Faulkner, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
We do. I move that the board go into closed session at this time, 2:51 p.m. to discuss the 2023 executive compensation. Discussing the 2023 executive compensation study in a closed session is necessary because the discussion will involve competitive and confidential compensation and retention information. Roll call. Director Fagan?
Second.
Need a second, I'm sorry. Do we have a
Second.
Roll call. Director Bogdan?
Yes.
Director Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Director Court?
Yes.
Director Howard?
Yes.
Director Mulhaunt?
Yes.
Director Moody?
Yes.
Yes.
Director Williams?
Yes. Let's see. The motion to go into closed session has passed. The closed session will be limited to discussing the 2023 Executive Compensation Study. No votes or other board action will be taken. Public attendees will be removed from the WebEx events, and we'll make a conversion here to closed session with a 5-minute break. Thank you.